Good evening and welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting of May 6, 2025. I'm Rob Thomas, the Planning and Zoning Vice Chair, will be presiding today. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted and notices were sent to all board members, commissioners, staff, interested parties, and applicants participate in the meeting. I will now turn it over to Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones to introduce and confirm the presence of the commissioners. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, certainly, again, I'm Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, the Chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. And Board of Commissioners, when I call roll, please acknowledge your presence. Vice Chairman and District 4 Commissioner Mark Alcaraz.
Present.
District 1 Henry Mitchell III. District 2 Commissioner Whitney Kenner-Jones.
Present.
And District 3 Commissioner Martin Raxton.
Present.
Board of Commissioners, we do have a quorum. I yield the floor back to you,
Thank you, Madam
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also present, we have members of the Planning and Zoning Board. Please confirm your presence as I call your name or record.
Here.
Brandon Penniman,
Present.
Melissa Polk,
Present.
Frank Payne,
Here.
and Dr. Chris Smalls.
Present.
We have a quorum. Allison Duncan, our Planning and Zoning Manager, will now introduce the county staff and Planning and Zoning staff that are present.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight we have with us Johanna Womack, the Clerk of the Planning and Zoning Board. We have Melody Glenn, our County Planner. We have Austin Cronin, our Zoning Administrator. We have Travis McDonald, our County Engineer. We have Bruce Mercer with Douglas County DOT. And as always, I would like to thank our communications team, and I would like to thank our deputies for being with us tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a reversionary clause that applies to each rezoning, and that is that the applicant, the agent, or property owner has 24 months to vest the zoning changes after the Zoning Board of Commissioners has granted an approval. Tonight, the Vice Chair of Planning and Zoning Board conducts each public hearing. Planning and Zoning staff will announce each application, followed by a full presentation of the application itself. The applicant or their representative and members of the public in favor of the application will be able to present their information. They will have 2 minutes per person for a total of 15 minutes to speak on behalf of the application. Members of the public in opposition of the application will also be available or able to present their information. They will also have 2 minutes per person for a total of 15 minutes to speak in opposition of the applicant. After the opposition complete their inputs or time has elapsed, the public hearing will be officially closed. At this point, the staff will clarify any points of the zoning case. If the staff is unable to satisfy the board's question, the board will then ask the applicant for points of clarity. This is not a time for the applicant to represent his or her case. The Planning and Zoning Board would then entertain a motion, and that's how we will conduct and vote on each application. Our first agenda item tonight will be an approval of the minutes of the April 1st, 2025 regular Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and Zoning Board members, after reviewing the minutes, are there any comments, changes, or questions for the minutes? If none, do I have a motion?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval of the minutes from the April 1st, 2025 meeting.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Board Curry, second.
We have a motion and a second. Do I have any, call the members now to vote? All members want to approve, please raise their hand. I have anonymous vote. Madam Chair, bring it over to you for a vote. We have unanimous approval.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the agenda, not necessarily the agenda. I apologize to review the minutes from April 1st, 2025. Are there any deletions, additions, or revisions that need to be made? Being none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes from April 1st, 2025?
So moved.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So before we conduct the first agenda item, I will have to recuse myself for reasons that I've already stated on last meeting, and Brandon Penniman will be taking over.
All right. Thank you, Robert. All right. Thank you, Rob. At this time, this application has already been presented, so we will not re-present it, will we?
That's correct. We need a motion to untable, please.
Yes. So we'll pass it over to you, Dr. Chairman, for a motion to untable.
Okay, thank you so much. I see Madam Attorney. Yes. Okay, I'm good to move. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if there were some changes. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to untable Z 2025-24 / S 2025-25? Do we have a second, board?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and second. All in favor of untabling, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. With that being said, Madam Attorney, County Attorney, do we need to go into, can I just go straight into the call to question, or?
It's really the election of the board. If the board needs further
You don't want
discussion, they
further
certainly
discussion?
can. I think if I recall correctly, we left off with the gridlock, so to speak, of the vote. And so certainly you can move to reconsider that. I think just for clarification, I know that there are a couple of requests. There's the rezoning requests and the special use permits. Is that correct? So I think we were unable to reach a decision as to both. And so for the motion, I guess what we would do, because I don't think we considered the special use, is once the board considers the rezoning, depending on that, it would then revert back to the Planning and Zoning Board for their consideration for the special use permit.
Okay.
And I'll hang tight just in case you need.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion? And that leads to you, Vice Chair's District 4.
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve Z 2020-25-24
Okay.
with all the stipulations that were put in by staff originally.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of Z 2025-2024, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay. All opposed? Okay, we have, it's a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries. Thank you. All right. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, if I may, so now that you all have made the motion and have adopted the approval of the rezoning, then it needs to come back to the Planning and
Oh,
Zoning
Planning and
Board
Zoning,
for
okay.
their recommendation as to the special use permit.
Okay, no
All right.
problem. Let's try this again.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I yield the floor back to you, Brandon Penniman.
All right, Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard all the presentation and discussion concerning this matter. Do you guys have a motion for S 2025-25?
And if I may clarify, that's with respect to the special use permit, now that the Board of Commissioners has approved the rezoning.
Yes.
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval for S 2025-25. A request for rezoning for the CHC and light industrial and a special use permit to allow heavy truck parking located at 13571 Veteran Memorial Highway, 30187, with the conditions and findings as outlined by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
If I may, just offer a point of clarification. So we just had the vote for the rezoning. The Board of Commissioners has already approved it. With that understanding, Mr. Payne, did you want to modify your motion as a recommendation for approval, specifically with the special use permit?
Yes.
Okay. And for further clarification, is that with or without conditions?
With the conditions.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Chris Small, second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. At this time, if you'll raise your hand in approval of this motion. All opposed? All right, Madam Chair, this comes over to you with at the motion carrying 3-2.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Penniman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve S 2025-25 with all the findings and conditions put in by staff.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second on the floor, Board. Is there any discussion? Do we have any discussion? Okay, no discussion. All in favor of S 2025-25, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay, we have a 3-2 vote and the motion carries.
Thank you,
For the
Commissioners and P&Z Board.
Okay.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank you.
Terry.
I'll go get Rob.
Okay.
It was approved, Mr. Terry.
It's approved, Mr.
Yes.
Terry. Thank you.
Yes.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Terry. Have a good day, Mr. Priest, and congratulations. Okay.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Penniman, I think that Ms. Duncan has gone to get Mr. Thomas.
You bet. Okay.
Back. We left off on.
Yeah, next one. Mm-hmm.
Ready for this, for the third agenda item? All right, so we on S 2025-31?
Yes.
All right.
S 2025-31. This is a request for a special use permit to allow a short-term rental at 1726 Annette Court. It is .43 acres in Commission District 2. The subject property fronts Annette Court. The property includes approximately 3,472 square foot home, originally built in 1988. The applicant is proposing the use of a principal dwelling unit as a short-term rental. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions. Planning and zoning staff utilizes Rentalscape to identify short-term rentals in Douglas County. The applicant occupies the home when it is not being rented as a short-term rental. Here are the special use criteria analysis. Here's the zoning map, the site aerial, the site survey, the future land use map, and the character area, which are in urban residential and traditional neighborhood. And staff is recommending approval of the special use permit based on the following findings. The use will not substantially modify the intent, purpose, or the spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. The use will not negatively impact surrounding properties. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare.
Thank you. I'm now going to open up the public hearing. Anyone, including the applicant or their representative, wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. State your name, address for the record. then make any comments you like. You have 2 minutes per person for a total of 15 minutes. So anyone, either the applicant or anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. I see no one's, are you coming up, ma'am? Okay. I see no one's moving. This is for Lewis and Clark.
Right. And just a reminder, the applicant is not required to be present.
Correct.
You may take any decision that you would like, including approving, denying, or tabling until such a time as the applicant has been present. We have provided notice to all of the applicants, and so I do not have any indication of why Mr. Clark is not here.
Okay.
But you may take whatever action you deem appropriate.
So noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone here speak in opposition of this application? Please come to the podium. You have 2 minutes per person, 15 minutes total. All right. I don't see anyone moving, so I'm going to move on, close the public hearing. Madam Chair, I yield the floor for any questions you may have for the board.
Board of Commissioners, being that our applicant is not here tonight, certainly want to, instead of provide questions, want to generate a motion for tabling. Is that okay with you all?
I guess my concern would be this is located in a residential neighborhood. I understand that the applicant does not have to be present. However, it does give me cause for concern about their diligence in maintaining the rental property, being responsive to potential renters who may use the property. If there were any concerns or issues with neighbors that may arise in the future, what would their responsiveness look like? So I personally would not be inclined to table this. It would, I presume, and Director Duncan, Managing Director Duncan can correct me if I'm wrong, but they would have the same 6-month waiting period to reapply if this is something that they determine that they would like to go forward in the future. But I feel our residents need to be held to the same standard that we would expect from a developer, anybody who's asking for a special use, to at least come and present your case for why this should or should not be granted. So I will wait until you are ready for the motion.
So what are we moving with, tabling, or what are you?
Madam Chair, I would move to deny.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's, we need to vote on this side. Board of Commissioners, any questions before you're back? Okay, we yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning, you have any questions with staff pertaining to this application? Okay, hearing none. Board, I'd like to get a recommendation, please.
This is Ord Curry. I make a motion to deny S 2025 -31.
Okay. I have a motion to deny. Do I hear a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments? Let's take a vote. Vote on the motion to deny. Please raise your hand. Okay. 1, 2, 5, okay. Madam Chair, we come to you with a 5-1 motion to deny.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you did not hear any questions or answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move to deny agenda item S 2025-31.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying? I'm sorry, Commissioner Mitchell.
It seems like you had something that you want to add to this.
Oh, no, I did not. I apologize. I was just here to be a resource for you all in this moment.
Okay.
You just seemed like you had that presence that I got to say.
Radiating.
We have a motion and a second on the table to deny, Board. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to deny. And I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
All right,
Thomas?
so motion to deny.
Okay.
Next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item, S 2025-31. S 2025-32. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a short-term rental at 3055 Standing Rock Court. It's approximately 0.34 acres in Commission District 2. The subject property fronts Standing Rock Court. The property includes 2009 square foot home originally built in 1998. The applicant is proposing the use of the principal dwelling unit as a short-term rental. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions for this property. The property is subject to the Standing Rock Meadow Homeowners Association covenant that prohibits the use of personal property as a short-term rental. The applicant received a courtesy call from staff on April the 25th, informing the applicant of the homeowner association covenant. Planning and zoning staff utilizes Rentalscape to identify short-term rentals in Douglas County. Here are the special use criteria analysis. Here's the zoning map. Here's a site aerial. Here's a site plan. Here are the future land use map and character. And staff recommends approval of the special use permit request based on the following findings. The use will not substantially modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. The use will not negatively impact surrounding properties. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare.
Thank you. I'd like to now open up the. I'd like to open up for the applicant or applicant representation to come up to present their case. Is the applicant here? Anyone wishing to speak? All right. So Ms. Mendoza is not here. She's here. Oh, you have an interpreter? Yeah. Okay. Would you like to speak? She does. Want to speak? Okay, but she's here. Okay, great. And you were able to interpret any question you may have for her? Okay. All right. So you might want to move towards the podium then. Just to help for time.
If I may offer, I don't know if she intends to speak as a part of the public hearing. I think that they have indicated that she has not, but certainly other individuals who are present
Sure.
in favor of the application.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying in
maybe.
case we had a question for her, or if something specifically want to ask.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I did. So the public hearing is open. You don't have to speak right now, just so that we may have some questions for you later, but you don't have to necessarily speak right now. We've already covered the application itself, so we know what the ask is. All right. Anyone else like to speak in favor of this application? Okay. See no one else moving. Anyone in opposition of this application? Come on up, please. You have 2 minutes per person. Please state your name and address.
My name is Florence Ferguson. I live at 2107 Stoneview Drive in Lithia Springs, and I'm the president of the Standing Rock Homeowners Association. And we oppose the short-term rental. We did speak with her. Our attorney has also been in touch with her, and I was advised to come to the meeting and make the opposition, and also if we need to do whatever else afterwards to do it. But I do have the covenants here, or part of it, and we just don't have them. It's just a restricted covenant. She cannot have it. We did explain that to her, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in opposition? You can have a seat, ma'am. Just anyone else in opposition? Okay, see no one's moving. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
I have a question for the applicant. When you submitted your application, did you know that the HOA had a restriction on having short-term rentals? You didn't know? Okay. That's all I have.
Any other questions from the Planning and Zoning Board? Okay. Madam Chair, I yield the floor to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or, okay, the staff? Okay. Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
In the covenants for your neighborhood, is there a provision for your bylaws to be modified to permit short-term rentals? Can you repeat that, please? In the covenants for your community and your CCNRs, is there a provision for your bylaws to be modified to permit short-term rentals?
I'm sorry, can you speak up? You speak to the microphone,
Yeah.
please? It's being recorded.
Yeah, no, she didn't know anything about modifying or anything like that.
And are there any other short-term rentals in the neighborhood that you're aware of?
No,
Are you-
because she didn't know nothing like that. She just got the letter in the mail.
I understand, just for procedurally and to preserve the record, we just want to make sure that before you answer, you translate the question to the applicant, allow her to communicate with you, and then you communicate to the board. That way it's clear that she has notice of everything that's transpiring today. Do you feel comfortable doing that? Okay, perfect.
She already talked to me, that's why I was like.
Okay, understood. Just for purposes of the record, we need it in real time, so I appreciate y'all having the prior conversation, but we just need to ensure that everything that's taking place in the not courtroom, in the hearing room, is being made aware to the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no further questions. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Commissioner Braxton?
Yes, thank you. And I guess this was for Staff Attorney Lewis. Knowing that there is a covenant by the homeowners association, would this body be in a position to supersede procedurally covenants by a homeowners association? I just want to get clarification on that.
So I think that the HOA has the right to come and ask it of the board. I think the reason why it's here before the board is because staff, by virtue of the UDC, cannot do that on their own. And so if it is the board's intention and will to take that in consideration in terms of its decision of this application, it's in the position to do that.
Okay. All right.
And certainly, I think the HOA has put the board on notice
Right.
with respect to its position. So
Correct.
that has been, I think, made part of the record here today.
All right. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay. Any other questions, board? Okay, with that being said, I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the presentation and discussions concerning this matter. Do I have a motion?
This is Ord Curry. I make a motion to deny agenda S 2025-32.
Thank you. I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Let's have a vote. Raise your hand in favor of the motion to deny. Okay. Madam Chair, we come in with a 5-0 decision to deny.
Okay.
Motion to deny.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny S 2025-32.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
I know that we don't have to take the HOA's covenants into consideration, but I do think that it would be against public policy and public interest that they have not even had the opportunity or discussions within their own community to figure out what their modification process is. When you move into a covenant-restricted neighborhood, you move there under the understanding that you will have to comply and abide by the rules and regulations that are set out in those provisions. And if you need those modified, then you need to do your due diligence to go through your CCNRs, make sure that you understand what the actual protocol is through a homeowners association meeting, a special proceeding, whatever that needs to be done, so that your neighbors also have the opportunity to be heard, because they do have the right to the use of quiet enjoyment of their property as well. That's part of the reason why they moved into a covenant restricted community, and I do think we have an obligation to some extent to respect that. And I just, for your neighbors, I don't want you to have costly litigation for months and months and months over an issue. And so with that, I will yield the floor back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other discussion, board? We have a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to deny. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thomas.
Motion is denied. I'd like to point of order and correction. It was actually from the board. It was 6-0 for denial.
Okay.
Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda item is S 2025-33. It's a special use permit to permit a personal care home located at 3339 Millwright Street. The lot is approximately 0.5 acres. This is in Commission District Number 4. Per the appraisal department data, the single-family detached dwelling is 2,408 heated square feet with a 784 square foot accessory structure sided. The principal dwelling has 4 bedrooms and approximately 1 bathroom. The applicant is proposing the personal care home, which would permit up to 6 people under care at one time. Here are the relevant code sections. The personal care homes are monitored by the Georgia Department of Community Health. Annual inspections are taking place about every 11 to 15 months. The proposed use will not alter the principal character of the use as a single-family residence and will operate as accessory only. So the UDC controls that the applicant shall be a full-time resident of the facility, so the property will be owner-occupied. Owner occupancy status might limit the amount of people under care, given that the applicant and their family will have to occupy the house. The proposed use might involve residents who have visitors, limiting the storage of vehicles on the site. Given that the site was not outfitted for commercial use, would ensure that the residential character of the exterior of the site is maintained. Taking a look at the special use criteria, the property is residential low density. It's within an established single-family detached neighborhood. Here's a picture of the survey. And it's in the suburban living future land use and the Dog River Basin character area. Staff's recommending approval with conditions based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC, and the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. The conditions staff is recommending are that the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee adequate plans to address the agency impact statements included within the staff report, as well as additional requirements under the relevant governing codes of the departments that submitted the impact statement reports. All required improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification. Number 2, prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification, the applicant must provide proof of permit issued by the relevant government departments of the state of Georgia. Number 3, a maximum of 2 vehicles shall be parked outside of the home at any given time. On-street parking is strictly prohibited. The condition is applicable to residents and visitors. And number 4, there shall be no more than 2 unrelated individuals allowed to occupy a single bedroom. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm now going to open up the public hearing. Anyone, including the applicant or their representative, wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, then make your comments that you like. You have 2 minutes per person. State your name and address, please.
Clement Ofori, 3339 Millwright Street. I'm applying for this special use permit for personal care home, and the purpose of it, which is in essence of belonging to a community. Everyone understands the joy and also the challenges of the aged community. So as we all grow, we will need a place to, at least a comfortable place to lay our heads, and also have someone to also care for us. I decided to go into this because my parents both passed away within 2 weeks apart, and I was caring for them. And in spite of doing this, I developed a pattern of taking care of ages, and that is why I'm into it. The advantages of personal care home, as we all know, versus the big care homes or nursing homes is just vast that I cannot even stress it out here. Cost-wise, personalized care, taking care of them, making sure that they get all what they need, which includes making sure that their medications are being monitored. And that is what I intend to do. I went into this simply because, like I said, I have done it before and I took care of my parents. And that is why I will continue to do it for the aged. It doesn't matter whether my parents or anybody, I still consider it to be aged. We will all once get there, right? Most of the times, the communities might have some couple of issues with it, but reading the staff report and everything, I will also make sure that any rules,
2 minutes, sir.
yes, sir, and regulations will be adhered to.
Thank you.
Not contrary to the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your
Yes,
address.
sir. My name is Christopher Lovern. I live at 3326 Millwright Street. I am the adjacent property owner to Mr. Ofori's property. I guess I would just say that I and my wife probably stand to gain or lose most of all, because we are right next to what he's going to do. So if I have spent a great deal of time getting to know Mr. Ofori and his wife. I've spent a good bit of time watching what's been going on as they've been preparing. They seem to be something that we could use a whole lot of in Douglas County. They're people of good character. And they have done what one should do coming into a new community. They have come around, been very personable, explained any questions that we might have, talked to any of us, and if I felt that there was any reason to oppose this, I would be the very first one to stand here and do it. But they seem to be good people. They are surrounded by good people that seem to know what they are doing, and I feel like they would be a good addition to our community.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Real quick, point of order, Mr. Forby, do you agree with the conditions that were stated by the staff?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all the conditions that you read by staff, you agree with those? Okay,
within,
thank
the,
you.
within the staff report, yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Isaac Asel, Ambassador Isaac Asel, 5390 Jaeger Road. And Board of Commissioners and Madam Chair and everybody, I want to say thank you all for what you do for Douglas County. I've been a Douglas County resident for the last 20 years, and I've known the Oforis for that same amount of time. They're good, committed people in our county. Through Mr. Ofori, a lot of people has gained employment through different various of things. Anytime we're doing things like food drive and things like that, serving the community, he's always available, he's always there, helping and serving. So I have no doubt that he can do the work that he's proposing to do. And at the same time, I run Serenity Empire with my wife, Empress Henrietta, and we are your Small Business of the Year in the West Georgia area, Douglas County Small Business of the Year. We started the same way that he's applying it before you now. We started from our basement with the same senior living facility. And today, as we speak, we're the first black-owned in the state of Georgia with multiple locations. From employee number 1 to 148 employees. From 3 beds that started from the zoning side right here in Douglas County. Now we have 284 beds in the state. The need for for seniors is a lot. And yet still, we don't have enough beds available to serve our aging population. The cost of senior living is going up. So bringing small personal care homes that can provide more one-on-one care and also be able to provide it at an affordable cost, because the overhead of running a small personal care home is different from the ones that we run now. We have big assisted living communities that have over 40,000 square feet.
2 minutes up.
I'm going to request a pause for a point of order. I just want to say it's very important that we adhere to the timelines because they are constitutional. And so I know everyone has a lot to say. It's certainly permissible for the board to move to extend if that's its inclination, but we have to treat both sides equally. And so I would ask the public that as you come up, we certainly don't want to curtail your speech, but we ask that you adhere to the timer unless you receive the permission to continue forward and there's a formal motion to extend. Thank you all.
Yeah, and the timer is being conducted right here. You hear the alarm going off, so you know, everybody know at the same time. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, so
That's it?
You're 2 minutes up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Anyone else in favor? Okay. Yes, please state your name and address, please.
Maxine Mooney, I'm the owner of Bluegrass Personal Care Home. Clement and his wife have shadowed me for months now. I have been in business since 2014, and they have a good heart, and they will do a fine job, and these things are needed, and they will do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Name and address, please.
Henrietta S.O., 5390 Yeager Road. Clement's wife, Doris, I just want to put across that she's also a licensed practical nurse, so just put that into consideration. Her residents will be in safe hands.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of this applicant? Okay, anyone to speak in opposition of the applicant? You also get 2 minutes per person, total of 15 minutes. Please state your name and your address. Okay, see no one moving. We're going to close the public hearing. Planning and zoning. You've heard the applicant. Any questions for the applicant or for staff? I do have a question for applicant. So, this is your first time actually being involved in personal health care, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your wife, what is her credentials again?
Yeah, she a nurse.
A what? LPN?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms do you have available?
4.
Yeah, 4. So you'll be staying there, you and your wife, any other children?
Yeah, just me and my wife.
Okay, so you have how many bedrooms available for?
It's 4
Okay.
4 in all. So we will occupy one of them, and the rest of it will be.
3, you'll be
Yeah,
renting,
3,
you'll be
yeah.
renting out. Okay. All right, that's the only question I have.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, no other questions from Planning and Zoning Board? Bounce it over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Commissioner Braxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So this is to the applicant. So I know that you had your neighbor to come up and speak on your behalf. I'm just curious, how long have you been in the home,
And
in your current home?
2 months.
2 months?
Yeah.
Okay. And then besides your parents, what other senior care or personal care experience do you yourself have?
Well, when it comes to taking care of or aged or community service, as my friend said, I've been working with Pepsi for 24 years. And anytime they do a sales, product sales, I purchase it and donate to the community. So I like serving the community. It might not be directly to the personal care home, But I have also been involved with a couple of friends who came up here, which I shadowed them and know much about it. But I'm all of serving the community.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. I guess also, as far as the selection of those that will be living in there, is there a process, and what does that process look like? How will you go about selecting those residents?
Well, selection of the people, the residents that will be living there, will also be determined with like the agents that will bring in, which require a doctor's assessment and everything. Anybody that does not belong to a personal care home, the doctors will not approve it. So those are the criteria that we follow in terms of selecting the people that can be in the care home.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said the doctors were selected? I'm sorry, I just want to...
The doctors will have to assess each patient and make sure that they belong to the place, or they can live in that place before they can even let a person come in. So those are the procedures that we use to select those people.
Okay.
If I may.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, you have the floor back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. You said you moved here about 2 months ago. Did you move with the purpose of trying to open the personal care home, or were you planning to relocate?
No,
in general?
no, I'm planning to relocate. Just to let you know, I'll be 55 in next month, and as I had a family living home which is up and down, so I decided as we all grow up, you need a leveled house to get in. So purposely, mainly, that's what I was. It was my intention to do that.
How many employees are you all planning to have to support your wife in running the personal care home?
It's going to be just me and my wife.
So are there any additional certifications that you will have to obtain? I know she's an LPN, but will you have to get certified to be able to provide nursing care?
No, because it's not a skilled medical field. It's just that making sure that their medications and everything, which my wife will take care of that, and their clothes, washing their clothes, prepare their food and stuff like that.
I guess this question is for Ms. Duncan and her team.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that statutorily compliant? Are there no certifications that are required to be able to provide for the day-to-day care of these individuals?
So again, I'm going to just pop back here. I think Austin had this slide in here. They are asking for a personal care home. They are not asking for a nursing home.
Okay.
So in terms of the resident care, that's going to be monitored by the Department of Community Health.
Okay.
So when it comes to the human services aspect of this, that is not something that planning and zoning will do. Under our definition, you can have a family personal care home or a congregate personal care home or a group personal care home. Again, so what those are looking at are the different scale of the uses. But essentially, it's just assisting residents with the daily responsibilities of bathing, grooming, feeding. It's not necessarily a skilled nursing home.
So
with
these
any
are
higher
people
level
who
of
could,
care.
these are people who have some level of independence, mobility. They just need someone to be there, basically. A little bit heightened level of day-to-day functioning care, not convalescent care.
Correct. That is the assumption under the code. Now, again, it's going to be regulated by the Georgia Department of Community Health. And so any of the human services piece of this is not something that planning and zoning would regulate. We would regulate things like use, location, building code related items, parking, all of the land use considerations. We do require that personal care homes must be owner occupied. And so again, we require for evidence of owner occupancy before we will bring an application before you. But should they get contrary to any of those provisions, that's where it becomes an issue for the code enforcement department or the building department. And then any kind of issues of negligence or issues related to care, we would defer all of that to the Department of Community Health for the residents that are in the home.
Thank you. And so I have heard in the last several applications for these personal care homes that they have to be owner occupied. You're meaning that the home itself needs to be owned by a person who is living there.
Correct. Under our code, the sections that regulate personal care homes do require owner occupancy, so they can't be a renter. They have to submit to us both a copy of their driver's license as well as a utility bill in their name to demonstrate owner occupancy.
And I'm not sure if this is relevant, so county staff attorney, please cut me off if it's not appropriate. But, and I do notice Serenity comes a lot in support of these applications. So are these like franchises of that business, or are these completely separate and you all are just mentoring them?
No, it's not franchise.
Okay.
Nowhere franchise.
Okay. Thank you. That helps.
You're
I
welcome.
just
Yeah.
need to place people. But with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, any other questions, board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Okay, so just one. So just one quick question. So there's 4 bedrooms, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
You're going to use 3 for your potential clients,
Yes.
which the state will monitor that to determine kind of how that kind of, which, okay, got that. Are you only looking at, based on the bedrooms, not the size, that there will be only be 3 at any given time that will be living with you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
That you monitor and, okay.
6
It's going to be 6, you're saying?
maximum, yeah. That's what the Douglas County requires, but a maximum of 6. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have the 6. But
So potentially, you could have double, in the rooms, you could have at least 2 in per room if you so choose.
Yes.
Okay, okay. And that's, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And all those measurements are regulated by the Department of Human
Correct.
Resources. They know the measurement before they even give you the approval.
And with that being said, with the state, has the state, and this may be for staff, has the state kind of went to that degree of saying that the room sizes would be able to accommodate potentially 6 applicants? I know it's up to 6, you know, but.
Sure. So once the use is approved, they still have to go through the full DRC review process. Our building department is treating this as a commercial occupancy, and our fire department, I believe, is treating it as a commercial occupancy. So before they can actually get a business license to initiate this use, they're going to have to make sure that they meet all of the code requirements, including the size of the room, the door widths, the hallway widths,
Right,
and things of
right.
that nature. And the fire marshal is requiring a self-monitored sprinkler system to be installed in each. So that's going to have to be complied with before we can issue the business license, and then they need a copy of the business license before they can get the approval from the state.
And that's where it could be captured that we can only do 3 versus doubling up as a 6 or whatever the case may be, potentially.
Well, correct. So under our code, we allow up to 6 residents in
Correct.
care. I believe they are allowed to have 2 residents per room, so long as the room meets all of the appropriate
That's what
size
I'm getting at.
requirements.
Yes.
That is something we defer to the building department to monitor. So if you ask me that size, I do not know
Right,
that off
right.
the top of my
I
head.
won't ask.
But
I
they
won't.
do have to go through DRC and make sure that they're meeting all of the occupancy requirements for commercial occupancy under the building code and the life safety code.
Got it. And one last question, if you could stay, Allison, about this. So I think I read somewhere where they could only have 2 cars at any given time parked.
Yes, sir. That is a
Um,
requirement of one of the conditions.
So that means just he and his wife hopefully only have a car apiece, and that's it. So no one could be coming and going, I guess, and parking there.
Well, so again, it's condition number 3. I think you're referring to a
Okay,
maximum
yes.
of 2 vehicles shall be parked outside of the home at any given time. So if they have a garage, and I would have to defer to Austin on this application. If they have a garage, they can park vehicles in the garage, plus they can park 2 in the driveway. What they can't do is start to create an appearance that this is not anything other than a single-family use of the property, so they
Right.
can't have cars parked permanently on street, or
Right,
in
right,
grassed
right.
areas or anything like that. So that's what that restriction, 2 in a garage, 2 on the driveway is the most that
Okay.
we would allow.
Okay, because I was a little nervous about only being able to deal with just 2 cars, like, but, okay, thank you, Allison. So back to the applicant. So are you okay with, that structure, and that condition, rather, I guess I should say?
Yes,
You're
yes,
okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. All righty, outside of that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Vice Chair Alcaraz, you have the floor.
Okay, this is for the applicant. I'm sorry. Don't sit down. So just listening to all this, so you can have up to 6 people in you have up to 6 people living there, plus you and your wife, and the house only has 1 bathroom, correct?
With the 1 bathroom, that's what I was reading it. If we Google right now, when I picture it out, it has 2 bedrooms. So I don't know why the 1 bedroom is coming from.
Bathroom.
Sorry, the bathroom is coming from. The bathroom is 2 bathrooms and a 4 4 bedrooms. So if you Google right now, 3339 Millwright Street is 2 bathrooms. So the 1 bathroom that we had over there, where I should have called, but I didn't notice it just right now. So it's 2 bathrooms.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so how do you plan on handling, do you have a garage at that house?
Yes, it's a car porch
Okay,
garage which can contain 2 cars,
okay,
not the driveway.
okay. And I'm just going back because nothing, just something that's been happening. We've been all of a sudden having a huge influx of these special use permits for, basically, I ain't gonna call them nursing home, for personal care homes. And there just seems to be a pattern that there are all people who just moved here, and then we're opening up applications for a personal care home. So you had no intentions on just moving here just to open up a personal care home?
No. No.
Okay. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Madam County Attorney, is it proper for me to ask the wife of the applicant? I have a few questions on the medical side. I know she's a licensed practical nurse. Can I do that?
Yes, Madam Chair, you may.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't want to cross the line. Hello, how are you? Just have a couple of questions for you. You know, my background is healthcare, so I'm just concerned. You will have a basic plan of care, just basic, you know, even though there's personal care home, I'm quite sure you'll be doing a few things such as medication, dosage, administration, something such maybe you may have to take a blood pressure because they may have a cuff that the doctors require, and just other morbidity type things like prick the finger for glucose testing. Will you be doing things of that, or, you know, because that's what patients or citizens may require? Will you have, and also, are you CPR certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you kind of share a little bit what your plan?
My name is Doris Yaboa. I've been in the healthcare for almost 16 years. I work in the nursing home, in the hospital, and in personal care homes. I've taken care of 40+ patients at a time. So this is not going to be very difficult at all. I've done it so many years.
Yes.
So I know, I mean, I can do everything, like suction, doing everything. I can suction patient, but I'm not going to be taking those kind of patient. But I can do everything.
Okay.
I have so many experience from working in the hospital and in the nursing home.
Okay. And your patients will be ambulatory, but you give me a sense of comfort. You have nursing home experience.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, you heard the presentation and discussions concerning this matter. Do I have a motion from the board?
This is Brandon Penman. I make a motion to approve application S 2025-33, a request for special use permit to allow personal care home located at 3339 Millwright Street, Douglasville, Georgia 30135.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please raise your hand for approval. 1, 2, 3, okay, thank you. I have a 6-0 approval. What was it? Who? Raise again? Oh.
You might want to do a vote again.
Yeah, let me get a vote from the Planning and Zoning Board for the motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. 5-1.
Okay. So you have, thank you. All right, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny S 2025-33.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, all in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. We have a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries. And the motion carries to deny based on the votes that came through. So I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda item is Z 2025-34. This is a rezoning to amend the West Fork PUD. The West Fork PUD was originally approved in 1973. It identifies areas fit for commercial, industrial, and residential uses, as indicated on this map, though it's a little hard to read. There's no coherent architectural or streetscape plan with the West Fork PUD. Permitted uses are regulated to be conducted primarily inside the structure. This is the regulating plan that we've used for a number of years, since 1973. So the subject sites are 2 parcels together. The proposed use is for a dentist office, so they want to rezone to amend the PUD to allow commercial uses, so general commercial, heavy commercial, in addition to the light industrial uses for the dentist office at 561 and 591 Thornton Road. The lot size together is 8.3 acres. This is in Commission District Number 2. There's a 48,600 square foot building with 26 leasable spaces at 561 Thornton Road. There's a 46,225 square foot building with 20 leasable spaces at 591 Thornton Road. So the applicant's proposing amendment to the PUD to allow the general commercial, heavy commercial, and light industrial uses for the purpose of a dentist office at 561 Thornton Road. So just one of the buildings in one of the leasable spaces. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections, and in 1973 is that zoning action to create the West Fork PUD. So the original West Fork PUD identifies this area as an area for industrial-oriented uses only, so commercial uses wouldn't be permitted per the UDC. The comprehensive plan identifies this area as a business incubation area that might allow for smaller scale commercial uses and very light industrial activity within a well-defined area. Professional office uses or professional office-oriented uses are most appropriate in this area. 16 out of 19 uses within 561 and 591 Thornton Road are office-only uses. The original West Fork PUD's permitted uses are not well-defined. It has very vague criteria. Instead, the uses permitted are those that do not produce noxious or offensive trade or activity, noxious or unhealthy odors, fumes, dust, smoke, waste, noise, or vibration, and operated entirely within fully enclosed buildings with incidental loading, unloading permitted. An amendment to the PUD allows for an opportunity to better define the permitted uses within particular areas. So the Lithia Springs Small Area Plan contemplation of this area as a business incubation area does anticipate a change in the PUD to possibly allow for commercial-oriented uses, while also introducing standards for streetscape, architecture, as well as redevelopment thresholds for each site. In the form of an overlay district. The proposal represents a small-scale fulfillment of that in addressing just 2 sites out of the entire West Fork PUD, so it'd be a piecemeal approach. In the small subsection of West Fork between West Fork Boulevard, West Fork Drive, and Maxim Road, currently operating uses include 23 uses in total. About 30% of these uses are medical, lab, outpatient uses. 10 are miscellaneous commercial uses, about 43%. 13% are miscellaneous small-scale manufacturing and warehouses, and 13% are contractor office-only oriented uses. We've taken a look at the rezoning criteria. It's PUD in the West Fork PUD. And this is a picture of how it's been developed with 2 small leasable space shopping centers. This is the site survey. And this is the work in progress of what we anticipate to be our work in redefining the West Fork area. So that'll be coming in the next coming months. It's in the Commerce Center feature land use in the West Fork character area. Staff's recommending approval with a condition based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC. The granting of the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And an amendment to the PUD is warranted given the long-range planning documents, specifically the Lithia Springs Small Area Plan, contemplation of amendment to the West Fork PUD. The condition being that permitted uses for these sites shall be amended to permit uses under the CG, General Commercial, and CH, Heavy Commercial zoning districts by right or by special use permit per Article 2, Section 210F, Tables 2.2 and 2.3. These shall control the permitted uses under the CG and CH designations. Uses that can be permitted under the Light Industrial Zoning District, the LI, may be permitted only as a special use. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm not going to open up for public hearing. Anyone in favor of this application, please come to the podium. You have 2 minutes to speak, up to 15 minutes total. Please state your name. Are you the applicant?
I am.
The one condition, are you in agreement with that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Great.
Good evening to the commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Committee. My name is Dr. Kimball. I've been in the Lithia Springs area since 2001. My practice opened on March 16, 2004. I currently am at 870 Crestmark Drive, Suite 100, and I'm trying to relocate. I've had some issues with the landlord that's there. We haven't had a working AC unit in 2 of our spaces. It's about a 5,000 square foot facility. We haven't had working AC in over 3 years with the new people who have purchased the property since the pandemic. I would like to stay in Lithia Springs. I've been here since 2004, and I've made great relationships with patients, with staff. I would like to continue to stay here, and I'm just requesting that you will pretty much approve for me to just be able to move up the street. I just want to provide the same care in the same location, not have to move to a different county. I want to stay here in Lithia Springs and provide the care that I've been doing for 21 years. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Board, you can sit, you have a seat. Anyone else want to speak in favor of this application? See anyone moving? Now open up for anyone to speak in opposition of this application. You have 2 minutes to speak. All right, see no one moving. I'm going to close the public hearing. Questions from the Planning and Zoning Board for the staff or the applicant? I just want to bring something up. Staff, please, want to address something?
Yes, sir.
Question. So basically, PUD is like an umbrella, and then you have these usage under this umbrella, different usage. Now they just want to be able to say, I can do general commercial, or in her case, medical, other usage other than LI or light industrial type of uses under the umbrella of PUD. So we're just trying to ask to, almost in a sense, we're asking to down zone this or allow other usage than is currently being available under the current zoning status, correct?
Right, so again, West Fork is a very old PUD. The way that the older PUDs developed in the 70s and 80s is that you had a planned unit development which gave you most flexibility under the design criteria. The uses were a secondary consideration, right? So you could do a commercial, an industrial, a residential, or a mix of residential commercial. Those were your 4 options for the PUD. I will spare you the long history of planned unit developments in Georgia, but in 2004, Douglas County got rid of their planned unit development, and then we brought it back in 2020. So what you're describing is what we kind of do now under the PUD, right, where it's basically bound by its own cohesive set of ordinance. As Austin has identified historically, that really wasn't how this developed. It came in with some sort of parameters about noxious uses, but otherwise, you know, it was just that base of industrial, base of commercial, base of residential, right? And so that's what we have to deal with today. The illustration that we have up here shows you some just really excellent work that I'm very excited about that Austin has been doing to really drill down into what are those existing uses. And what we see with the West Fork PUD currently is that over time, I would argue probably because of the scale of the building and the adjacent development surrounding it, it really has evolved from what had been primarily an industrial and heavy commercial PUD to be more of an office professional and commercial PUD. So we want to retain the ability for some of those industrial uses to stay there under special use permit, but we are recommending that these parcels in particular are rezoned to allow that more flexibility. And then what we'd like to do is bring back some of this larger work that we've been doing over the last few months with the old PUD to kind of clarify where we think that this area is heading from a feasible standpoint. In many ways, Ms. Kimball is just one step ahead of where we are in kind of getting the entire site ready to move forward to you.
Okay, thank you. So in one other thing, just again, so everybody kind of knows what's going on, she's looking just for one particular building, but they're doing it for both just so that they have opportunity to open it up to other professions as well.
Sure. So she's looking for one space in one building.
Space in one building,
specifically,
right.
But the owner of the property has given permission for both buildings to come before you as a part of the zoning request to give them greater flexibility in the tenant mix that they can attract in those spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have any other questions? I yield. Planning and Zoning, other questions? Okay. Madam Chair?
Okay, thank you.
Then
Board
over to you.
of Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Planning and Zoning, you've heard the staff and the applicant. Do I have a motion on
This is Melissa Polk. I'd like to make a motion for approval of agenda item Z2025-34 with understanding the conditions.
I have a motion to approve Z 2025-34. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second as well. Any comments? No? Great. I get a vote. Anybody for this recommendation, please raise your hand. You count it right this time. Okay. All right. Come to you with a 6-0 approval recommendation.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve agenda item Z 2025-34 with the conditions as read in by staff.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Well, we have 2 seconds. All right, motion in 2 seconds. We have a motion and second, Board. Any discussion?
I just have a comment. I would say to Dr. Kimball, thank you for being committed to this community, even with the troubles and difficulties that you've experienced with your current landlord. I know myself and the other planning and zoning member who's representing District 2 have experience with the outflux of medical care providers in our area, so to have someone that is committed to that and so that our residents don't have to go and spend their money outside of Douglas County is abundantly helpful, and so I just appreciate you for that. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner-Jones. Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, and I want to echo those sentiments. I think it's great when you have an owner like yourself, a business owner that is looking at those that you're servicing, and to give them the comfort to come to a place that's professional, that warrants them as warmth and has the air conditioning and the things that your community and your, those that you're servicing need. I think, kudos to you for upgrading and trying to do something to improve that. So I wish you all the very best in your profession. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Any other discussion, Board? All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kimball, for serving our teeth. Thank you, as a dentist. Appreciate you. All right, Board of Commissioners, all in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to approve. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Staff, next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item, Z 2025-35 and S 2025-36. This is a request for rezoning from residential low density to residential agriculture and a special use permit to allow an animal shelter located at 3038 Chapel Hill Road. It is about 0.48 acres in Commission District 3. The subject property is predominantly surrounded by single-family homes in the low-density single-family residential district. There is one parcel zoned as residential agricultural near the subject property. Douglas County city boundaries are eastward and westward of the subject property. Here are a couple of pictures of the existing conditions. The applicant is proposing the rezoning of the subject property from RLD to RA and a special use permit to continue the operation of Perfect Peaches Cat Rescue. Perfect Peaches Cat Rescue has historically maintained good standing with animal control for at least 7 years of operation in Douglas County. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions for this property. The proposed rezoning and special use permit will allow applicant to continue the operation of Perfect Peaches Cat Rescue. P&Z staff relies on the Animal Control Department to help determine unsafe conditions and the history of the applicant's operation. Here are the rezoning criteria analysis. Here is the special use criteria analysis. Here is the zoning map, the site aerial, the site survey. It is in the suburban living future land use map and the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff recommends approval with conditions for the following findings. The use will not substantially modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC. The use will not negatively impact surrounding properties. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health,
safety, or welfare. And the conditions are as follows for the special use permit and the rezoning. The applicant must maintain the appropriate licensure from Douglas County and the Georgia Department of Agriculture. The applicant shall obtain an occupational tax certificate with Douglas County within 90 days of approval. The applicant shall obtain the appropriate license with the Georgia Department of Agriculture prior to obtaining their occupational tax certificate. The special use permit grants approval for the cat shelter only. Any other use with this business must be approved by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners through an amendment to the special use permit. The applicant must ensure that there is no activity or evidence of an animal shelter establishment outside of the property. This includes, but is not limited to, signage that is otherwise not allowable in the residential agricultural zoning district, commercial vehicles, and/or storage of materials or equipment. On-site animal intake is not permitted on the site without the Board of Commissioners' approval of modifications to the special use permit. Applicant is not permitted to provide services on the property. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open up public hearing. Anyone in favor of the applicant, please, or the representative, please come forward. You have 2 minutes to speak, 15 minutes, state your name and your address, and the conditions are you willing to accept?
Yes, we'll talk about that in a moment. Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49, Douglasville. Good evening, everyone. Allow me to introduce the ladies on rows 5 and 6 who are all involved with this organization, largely as volunteers. But closest to me is Stacy Glover, one of the directors of Perfect Peaches Cat Rescue. The organization has actually been providing cat rescue services since 2006. They're currently located in the residence that you saw there, one house removed from the entrance to Grace Lake subdivision. They have been there actually performing this service for 15 years. I go by it morning and evening and never knew it. It's a volunteer nonprofit organization that actually rescues unwanted and abandoned cats and kittens from local shelters and other places. They are properly licensed through the Department of Agriculture and have been continuously. We are here basically because unknowingly we didn't realize that we needed to be in an RA zoning district and not in the RLD classification. Plus, we need a special use permit for this animal shelter. I will note that last year they received and adopted over 750 kittens. Since their inception, actually since 2014, that exceeds over 7,000 kittens. The cats and kittens are received from various sources, as we'll hear in a moment. They are then spayed, given the required shots and vaccines, other medical care if necessary, and then placed for adoption. Until they are adopted, they are housed in this home that you saw on the photograph. We work regularly and closely with Vanessa, with the Douglas County Animal Shelter. As it concerns the 4 conditions, with respect to number 3, it happens to be before you. Nothing is stored that would give you any indication of what's going on the inside. In fact, many of us have driven by there regularly and you have no idea, except they do store the litter, the kitty litter, behind a screen in the garage. So we need to have an understanding about that. And in the time that I do not have remaining, I will tell you that as it concerns number 4, sometimes animal control bring pets to the shelter. More on that from one of the volunteers in just a moment. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Please state your name and your address.
My name is Stacy Glover. My address is 1557 McGarrity Road in Temple, Georgia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Stacy Glover. I've been a volunteer with Perfect Peaches for over 10 years, and I'm currently serving as director. As Joe mentioned, we are a 501c3 nonprofit. We run entirely volunteer-based. Since our inception, we've partnered with Douglas County Animal Shelter along with Fulton County, Heard County, Haralson, Paulding, and several others. Our work supports these shelters by taking in cats that they may not have space or resources for. As a nonprofit, we do rely solely on donations, adoption fees, and grants. We receive no government funding, yet our efforts do provide a vital community service at no cost to the county. Our mission is clear: to reduce euthanasia rates, promote responsible pet ownership through adoption, spay-neuter programs, and community education, as well as take pressure off county shelters, both physically and financially. Right now, we have about 70 dedicated volunteers, a lot of them who are here. Sorry, I get emotional about it. They devote their time, energy, and hearts caring for the cats in the rescue house at Chapel Hill Road. So this really isn't just about a building. It's about continuing our life-saving mission that serves animal shelters and local families. So by supporting this request, you're investing in a proven community resource that strengthens public health, reduces shelter costs, and creates happier endings for pets and people. So on behalf of all the volunteers, thank you for hearing from us tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor of this applicant? You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Joan McGuire. I'm at 3252 Bakewell Street in Douglasville. I'm the operations manager, so my responsibilities are ordering supplies, managing the medical team. So I want to speak to the medical aspects of the rescue. So we follow shelter medicine guidelines, which means that all cats receive dewormers, flea medications, and a first round of vaccines. As age permits, in the case of newborns, we give those newborns that round. We have a close relationship with the West Georgia Spay and Neuter, so all cats are altered and microchipped prior to adoption. We work closely with Carroll County Animal Hospital for any medical issues, any prescription medications, and for any non-prescription items, we participate in shelter medicine programs with Revival Health and with Home Again microchips. Thank you.
Thank you. How much time we have left?
Good evening. My name is Beverly Palladinieri. I live here in Douglas County at 4555 Riverstone Trail. For the last 20 or so years, I am a Douglas County resident from way back. I am the Grant and Philanthropy Chair for Perfect Peaches. As you see, all of us here, we're all passionate, and we are a proud all-volunteer nonprofit that's been saving cats for over a decade without a single dollar of federal funding. Not a penny. We don't depend on them, and we don't want to if we don't have to. By the generosity of local donors, adoption fees, and competitive grants, every rescue, adoption, and veterinary bill has been covered. The rescue is awarded grants from foundations and national local animal charities. We are a small organization making a big community impact. Thanks to the support of local partners like Greystone Power and national donors such as Shaw Industries, we have grown every year, last year being our largest year ever. We apply for dozens of grants annually, and our rescue expands, so does our eligibility and success in receiving these funds. Perfect Peaches Cat Rescue is just not rescuing cats. We're strengthening our community through responsible pet ownership, spay and neuter programs, which are much needed in Douglas County, and education. I hope you will consider how our mission aligns with the county's commitment to public health and community welfare. Thank you again for your time and support.
Thank you. 8 minutes left. Anyone else speak in favor?
Good evening, and thank you. I'm Cheryl McAuliffe. I live at 9452 Logan Lane in Grace Lake Subdivision, which is, as you know, right next to the cat, what we call the cat house. And I've known about the rescue for a long time. I was involved with them early on, and it always amazes me when I ride by this all-brick home at the landscape You know, they're busy trying to save 700 cats a year, and they have beautiful landscaping. There's never any trash. There's no junk. There's no noise. There's no smell. I go in there occasionally because they help me with the rescue. And in doing all this, keeping up the house, they are also saving all these lives, which matter to our residents. Now, besides being a neighbor, I was at one time employed by the Humane Society of the United States as the Georgia State Director. And I got to visit shelters and rescues all around the state. And I can tell you that this rescue is just unbelievably clean and organized and disease-free. I mean, they actually have a section that is their little hospital section. I'll call it that, but it's where they quarantine cats when they first come in. And our shelter also is excellent, in my opinion. Let me see, I wanted to be quick. I'm also now, I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Georgia Pet Coalition. We work at the state level trying to get better laws for our pets and also with spay and neuter. So what I want to impress upon you tonight is that we have a pet overpopulation crisis in this state. We are going backwards.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
But we got the
Anyway,
gist of it.
We should be thanking them and thank you.
Going to announce, and I apologize, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It is extremely important that we adhere to those requirements that are outlined with respect to timing. Want to give everyone an opportunity to speak. We want to make sure we're doing it in a fair manner and that comports with our procedural requirements under law. So this is, I know it's not Showtime under the Apollo. For those of you who've seen that show, there will be no canes to rope you off. Just please be mindful of that. Thank you.
And I'll let you know right there if you don't adhere to it. All right. So thank you. Planning and zoning, you heard. We have to open up for the, anyone else in favor? In favor? Come on up.
And I'll be quick because I'm not a speaker. My name is Mary Frances Pigeon. I reside at 9570 Leatherwood Lane here in Douglasville, Georgia. Been here almost 30 years, and I live in the Grace Lake development. And as Cheryl just said, the rescue house, I didn't even know it was there. I had no clue. And I just want to say, they are right. When you drive by it, I implore all of you to go and visit. It is amazing what they do. But the one thing no one has mentioned is it's actually twofold. Not only have they augmented this house into the community, but they rescue these wonderful creatures, but they also do another service. They adopt them out. And for the people within Douglas County, whether you're a young family with children or elderly people that are looking like myself for a companion, the cat, it's just a wonderful thing. So I just wanted to say that real quick, that they've done a methodical, they've got a wonderful methodology and a process for this house. It's just not just this rescue, Humane Society place there. They have done a wonderful job putting it in. And I go in and out of this community every day. And up until a year ago, I didn't even know it existed.
Thank you. We have time for at least two more for in favor.
Ambassador Isaac Esau, 5390 Yeager Road. As a proud Douglas County resident, I adopted my pet from a rescuer as well. And I love my dog. It's like a part of the family. And recently, I spent like almost $4,000 just taking care of my dog because the dog, my son went to the street and the dog was hit by a car. You could have seen the heartbreak on the family, just like a family member. So we have to do everything to save that dog, and we did. So for them doing a rescue, and for what I've heard as a proud resident of Douglas County, and also knowing that our seniors also need those pets, if you bring a pet into one of our communities, you could see the way seniors react to seeing a pet or something like that. So I urge you all to take note of that and know that our residents love pets.
Thank you. Thank you. Got time for at least one more, if anyone else. If not, I'll close out the, as far as approval or recommendation. Anyone in opposition of this application, please come forward. Get 2 minutes, 15 minutes total. Please state your name and address.
My name is Sarah Martin. I'm at 3034 Chapel Hill Road, and I'm really not speaking in opposition because they are wonderful neighbors. And what I really have a concern about is that if you grant a rezoning, what else is allowed if the shelter moves or they sell the property? As we know, the psychic reader wasn't a planned event, but that's what happened. And my next door neighbors, it was supposed to be a 2-person personal spa, and it's turned into a commercial 4-bay garage. So that's my only concern. They're wonderful neighbors, and they do a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? This is opposition. All right, seeing no one else moving, I'm going to close the public hearing. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
Yes, I actually have a question for the applicant, please. If you'll step. Okay. So in the verbiage, I'm an animal lover, but in the verbiage that we hear, I'm hearing kind of like a rescue facility, but I'm also hearing terms like shelter. I'm also hearing actions that would kind of suggest that it's more like an animal shelter, if you will, providing medical care. And then I'm hearing the term adoption and things like that. So if you please could just kind of give me a visualization of what's actually taking place right in the home. I realize that you're taking rescues, but I'm just really want to get an idea of exactly what's happening inside of the property for the reason of answering the question of those that are saying what's going to be like the long-term point of that. Okay. Because I'm hearing like those terms. So also, could you also clarify how many kittens, cats that you currently have inside that home, and then how those cats get removed, so like for adoption, like what's that process?
Sure. Okay, so starting off, rescue and shelter, as far as the Department of Ag is concerned, is kind of interchangeable. So we are a licensed rescue, but we have a shelter license because there isn't a rescue license. So we do get inspected every year by the Department of Agriculture. We do work with PetSmart and PetSmart charities, and that's how we get our cats adopted out. So any business that we conduct is out of the Douglasville PetSmart location. So we don't need the commercial designation because we don't do any actual business out of the rescue. The 3038 property is basically our home base. We have anywhere from, depending on what season it is, 50 cats to 100, including moms and babies that are at the rescue house. But they're always transitioning in and out. They're transitioning between the house, foster homes, and PetSmart for adoptions. So it's kind of just a centralized location where all of our fosters can meet, where all of our volunteers can collectively care for them as a unit. Every cat's cage gets cleaned at least once a day. We have people in multiple times a day. It just kind of gives us a hub and allows us to have that sustained growth with adoptions and things like that.
And I heard you say the word growth. So being growth, and I think that's the concern, that when you grow and you continue to grow, which is a fantastic service, but when you grow until you're outsizing where you're currently at, when you remove, is there any idea when you're going to cap out with that, meaning you're going to be able to stay within that house, or what's the plan for that?
Yes, ma'am. So full transparency, we are there. We have reached our maximum growth capacity as far as what we can do with the rescue. We actually had a extended conversation with PetSmart charities about it because, of course, they want us to grow into this big conglomerate. So we do not plan to expand anything at the rescue house. If anything, as funding allows, we will expand our foster program. We have a dozen-ish fosters usually. So that gets the cats and kittens out of our rescue house and gets them safe and housed until it's time for them to come in, get vetted, and then they go back to their fosters. So if funding allowed, then we would expand our foster program, and then if we had even more funding, our long-term goal would be a commercial building. But that's like a 10-year plan. So,
Thank you. That's all my questions.
okay. Anybody?
Yes. I have a question for you, please.
Sure.
What's your hours of operation? Is there someone there 24 hours or?
No, so because we're an all-volunteer entity, we don't have staff hours per se. We do have rooms, and I'm the volunteer coordinator, so these lovely people get a million messages from me every day, so I can make sure that everybody's getting tended to. We have 7 board members, and at least 1 board member is there every day. It's usually 3 or 4 of us are there 7 days a week, making sure that everything is covered. So we don't have hours because we don't conduct business out of the house, but we do ensure that every room and every cat is tended to every day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
I have a question for staff.
Yes, sir.
Yes, also, the resident had brought up a key question about if they decide to move or she leaves that facility, will that permit stay there, or will it has to go back to its current state?
Right, so part of the reason we're recommending the zoning to the residential agricultural is to keep it within a residential zoning classification. The church adjacent to the property also has a residential agricultural zoning classification. So it makes us feel comfortable that we're not getting too far out over our skis with any sort of spot zoning. You will recall that with the conditions that Melody shared with you, one of them is should the use change to anything else, it's got to come back to the Board of Commissioners. So in terms of any commercial use or expansion or changing it to do various other types of rescue or anything, that's not going to be something that we're going to allow under the conditions, should you approve it with the conditions, without having to come back through this process again to modify the special use permit. In the residential districts, at such a time as a special use permit ceases to be established, that use goes away. So that special use permit does not necessarily transfer to another owner.
Okay, I just want to have that clarified for the resident who brought that up.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Madam Chair, we yield. Pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, we have any questions? All right, Commissioner Raxton.
All right, thank you to the applicant. Good afternoon. From my understanding and recollection, there's nothing that's stored outside the house. I think even the litter or any of the supplies are stored inside the garage. Is that correct?
They're in the carport, yes, sir.
They're in the carport, so nothing is stored outside.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to confirm. And then this is for staff. If we could put up the conditions again, I want to look at condition number 4 specifically. And I think we heard that, and the applicant can confirm, from time to time, is there a cat or a kitten that's brought to your facility and dropped off, or how does that occur at all?
We do not accept drop-offs from the community.
Mm-hmm.
How it works is, as a rescue, we pull from shelters.
Mm-hmm.
So the only drop-offs would be either our volunteers that are fosters that I consider them under our umbrella. They're just bringing them from their home to the hub so we can do vaccinations or get them vetted,
Mm-hmm.
or if animal control were to need to drop off cats. But we're not conducting business with the community or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So this is for staff, and I guess just hearing that for condition number 4, there are sometimes that drop-offs do occur, but it's under a controlled environment, if you will.
Sure. We don't see that there's any conflict with the way that they're operating the business in that manner and with what we are indicating in the condition. The condition is meant primarily to speak to what the applicant has already addressed, right? So we don't want this to turn into a place where people are driving up multiple times a day, dropping off animals. Certainly animal control or any of their partners working in their official capacity, we have no concern with that. And so we think that we would like to keep condition number 4 as written, but we understand that there will be people coming, to the house through the foster program program through animal control and other similar services to facilitate the mission of the organization.
Okay. Then my last question on the last line, it says applicant is not permitted to provide services. Are there other services, or the services that's being provided is permitted? So I just want to get that clarification on terminology there.
Correct. The services provided as stated in the application we think are permitted. The applicant can clarify if I'm incorrect about this. But again, this is going back to things like spay and neuter clinics, how to care for your cat clinic, cat training. Again, I'm not a cat owner, so I don't want to get too deep into the weeds about what this could be. But we want to make it clear, right, that this is staying solidly within that residential character. We're not getting into a commercial or special event type facility associated with this. We certainly appreciate that they've been willing to be transparent and come through the process. We've been working very closely with our partners in animal control to look at all of the facilities in Douglas County that may have some degree of licensure through the state but have not necessarily come and gone through this process. So we appreciate our colleagues in animal control kind of giving this the good housekeeping seal of approval, and we appreciate the mission that they're providing. And what we want to do is make sure that we get their zoning entitlement in place so it can continue to operate and not have any kind of concern going forward.
Okay, great. I just wanted to get that clarification.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Braxton. Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
I just have one question for legal. Is it possible to impose a condition that reverts the rezoning back to low-density residential if Perfect Peaches sells this property, so that whoever else comes in, because I understand it's going to be residential agricultural, but to the resident's point, would not want some other permissible agricultural use to come in that the community or neighbors did not bargain for.
I do think that that is what the condition is trying to, I guess, remedy. I see no issue with it from the standpoint of usually your conditions are attempting to prevent some sort of perceived, what's the word I would say, disturbance, perhaps, beyond the bounds of this property. But I can certainly dig a little bit into the legal issue about the reversion. But off the hand, I don't see it. But if I could just have a few moments, I'll verify.
Thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. The way we've handled that concern in the past is that we can add a condition that clarifies, should the use cease to operate, the planning and zoning staff will return the application to the Board of Commissioners for reconsideration of the zoning. So anytime zoning is changed, it has to come through this process. So we can't write a condition that says, should it cease to operate, it automatically becomes residential low density. But we can certainly add the condition that says, should it cease to operate, then the property shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners to reconsider the zoning. And if that is acceptable and if you're okay with that, then we can certainly add that as we've done in the past.
That would solve my concern.
And Joe says that he agrees.
That would certainly solve my concern.
And what I was going to say, it sounds like to me what she's speaking to is really the Board of Commissioners are the only individuals that can make the zoning decision. There are some, I won't call them absurd procedures though, where sometimes things get kicked to Superior Court based on conflicts or things of that particular nature. And what the holdings have been is that technically Superior Court can't make the Board of Commissioners do a certain zoning. So that requirement that they come back before you prevents someone who doesn't have the authority to do so to make that decision, because that is your purview as commissioners. But again, if that does not provide the clarity, I certainly can do further research.
No, I think that would be completely fine. Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other questions, Board? I just have a question for the applicant. It's just one question, just minor. How you doing today? Great. Just had a question regarding feral cats. Have you had any interaction, or do you have, as part of your rescue, feral cats? Are they included?
Well, not as a part of the rescue property per se. We do help do TNR. We help Douglas County Animal Shelter do TNR in the county. A lot of our volunteers are expert trappers at this point. On a very rare occasion, we will have a We don't call them feral, we call them spicy. We'll
Oh,
have a
spicy.
spicy.
Okay, I gotta get it right. Spicy.
Kitty.
Okay.
And it's usually when it's a mom with babies, so we can socialize the kittens, and then mom will be, if she doesn't come around, she would be TNR'd as well.
Okay, what is TNR? The
I'm
acronym?
sorry, trap, neuter, return.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we would get them fixed and make sure they have all their needed veterinary care, and then they would be re-released.
Appreciate you. Thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am.
doing that
Thank
for
you.
us. Thank you. Yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Planning and zoning, you heard the presentation, discussing this matter. Do I have a motion from the board?
It's Brandon Penman. I make a motion to approve application S 2025 dash.
This is just for the rezoning.
Right. Yes, I make a motion to approve application Z. My apologies. Z 2025 dash 35 Old Crest for rezoning from RLD to RA for an animal shelter located at 3038 Chapel Hill Road.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, take a vote. Raise your right hand. Agree with the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Come to you with a 6-0 approval.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Thomas, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the rezoning of Z 2025-35 with the conditions and the added condition that in the event that the usage changed, that the property will be returned, the application will be returned back for the Board of Commissioners to review and discuss.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Board, any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Are we going to
Vice
now,
Chair.
special use permit? Separate? Okay.
Point of order. I didn't mention the added condition. Is it okay as long as they did it? Okay, just want to make sure. All right. So make sure we got you. All right.
Next presentation for the special use permit? Or did we just, okay. We just vote on it? Okay, all right. All right, do I have a motion for S 2025-36, special use permit?
Make a motion to approve S 2025-36, a special use permit to allow a animal shelter located at 3038 Chapel Hill Road.
I have a motion for approval. I have a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Please raise your hand. One with approval. All right. Come to you with a 6-0 approval.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the special use permit for applicant S 2025-36.
Second.
Okay, we do have a second. Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next agenda item, please. We have other business. Please leave quietly. A lot of more business, a lot more.
All right.
We ready.
All right, yes, sir. So our next item is a special use permit, item S 2025-37. It's a special use permit to allow a personal care home at 3905 Chiowa Drive. The lot is 0.62 acres. This is in Commission District Number 4. Per the appraisal department data, 1,846 square foot single-family detached principal dwelling and a 624 square foot accessory structure is cited. Principal dwelling has 3 bathrooms and approximately 1 bathroom. I should preface this by saying the appraisal department measures the bathrooms by fixture count, so it's a little difficult to tell how many bathrooms are in the residence. So approximately 1 or so bathrooms. So the applicant's proposing a family personal care home up to 6 people under care. Taking a look at the relevant code sections, personal care homes, they're monitored by the Georgia Department of Community Health, inspected annually about every 11 to 15 months. The proposed use will not alter the principal character of the use as a single-family residence, and the personal care home aspect will operate as accessory only. The UDC controls that the personal care home must be owner-occupied. Owner occupancy status might limit the amount of people that can be under care. The proposed use might involve residents who have visitors, limiting the amount of vehicle storage on the site would limit the off-site impacts. We've taken a look at the special use criteria. The property is residential low density. It's developed within a residential single-family neighborhood. Here's a picture of the survey. It's an older neighborhood. It's in the suburban living future land use and the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff's recommending approval with conditions for the special use permit based upon the findings that the use will not modify the intent, purpose, spirit of the Unified Development Code or the Comprehensive Plan, and the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. The applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee adequate plans to address the agency impact statements included within the staff report, as well as additional requirements under the relevant governing codes of the departments within the staff report. All required improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification. Prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification, the applicant must provide proof of permit issued by the relevant governing department of the state of Georgia, and a maximum of 2 vehicles shall be parked outside of the home at any given time. On-street parking is strictly prohibited. This condition is applicable to all residents and visitors, and there shall be no more than 2 unrelated individuals allowed to occupy a single bedroom at one time. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm now going to open up for public hearing. Anyone in favor of this applicant, please come up to the podium. You have 2 minutes per person, 15 minutes total. Please state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Joseph, and I live at 3905 Chiowa Drive in Douglasville.
Anything you'd like to add?
Yes.
Sure.
The residents who will be residing in the personal care home are elderly who are generally healthy but requires assistance with some daily living activities, who need a place they can call home. That is a supportive environment that is not a hospital or nursing home setting. The services that will be provided are as follows: assistance with bathing, dressing, toileting, medication administration, meal prep, dining services, laundry, transportation, and housekeeping. Zion Senior Family Home will also provide recreation activities and social activities that nursing homes do not provide, such as outings, attend adult day program, and on-site entertainment. Zion Senior Family Home will be located at 3905 Chiowa Drive, Georgia 30135, which is close to just about everything, including the mall, movie theater. Residents will have private space they can call their own. Home will contain both smoke and carbon monoxide, alarm system, and fire extinguishers. The house is a ranch home, free from stairs and wheelchair accessible. There will be a CNA on site, support staff, and maintenance. House will have emergency protocols to follow, an annual state visit to make sure home is in compliance with state regulation. As per state regulation, each resident must have a personal space that measures 80 square feet. The bedroom measurements are as follows: room 1 is 203 square feet, room 2 135 square feet, room 3 is 148 square feet, as well as room 4. The residents will not have in and out trafficking because it's not a commercial place, but a residential home where my husband and myself currently reside. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for favor of this application?
Ambassador Isaac Esel, 5390 Yeager Road. Just to be clear, this is not a franchise. This is not in favor of Serenity Empire. I just want to put that out there. But Department of Community Health encourages all successful personal care home owners to encourage others to build up their personal care homes. So to me as a business, this even takes away from some of the residents and customers that I could get. But as a good person, I want to support these people and I want to coach them the right way to be able to become a good provider. Because the need that is in our county and in our state it's a lot. If you guys get the opportunity, come to one of our personal care homes, take a visit, see what we do day to day with the residents that live there. Some of them don't even have someone to come and visit them. The provider is all they got. Some are awarded by the state. So when we come before you, I'm just urging you to see it in the eyes of just like you. Because when they are in their homes, they're just like they're living in their own home. But this time, because of one or two reasons, someone have to be with them to help them with the activities of daily living. So if I'm here supporting someone who is looking for a personal care home, I know, and I'm doing that because the state requires us to also help and encourage and coach, like mentor different owners that's coming up. That's the reason why I'm always here. And I do my civic duty to support. Thank you all for continuing listening to me.
Thank you.
I'm Maxine Mooney, owner of Bluegrass Personal Care Home since 2014. I don't think anyone realizes how badly these personal care homes are needed. These are people who want to live in a home where they wake up and they see the same people. They know their names. A lot of them are semi-dementia, and they get scared. They need that same person, everything staying the same. They need a dog in the house. They need the sound of kids. My home, I'm raising my 4 small great-grandchildren. Those kids give ice cream every night to my clients. The kids are learning. The seniors are learning. It's important that these homes, and they are homes, be able to exist to help people. They shouldn't have to go to a nursing home. They shouldn't, where it smells. And you don't see anybody. Nobody wants to go to a nursing home, either to live there or to visit. You walk out and you smell like a nursing home. Nobody wants that. You come to my home, you can come anytime, just come see the family. I encourage it. I have church on Sunday there. I have Bible study. These people are alive. They want to be treated alive. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor? All right, closing in favor. Anyone oppose this application? All right, see no one moving. I'll close the public hearing. Planning and zoning, do you have any questions for staff or for the application? Question?
I have a question for the applicant. So as we go back to this, how many bathrooms?
Has 2 bathrooms,
Two
and
bathrooms?
4 bedrooms.
Now it's going to be you and your.
Me and my husband, we're in 1 bedroom, which also has a master bathroom. And then there's 3 bedrooms with a bathroom in the hallway.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
About 3 months.
3 months?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No other questions?
Zoning, other questions? Okay. No other questions? Turn over to Commissioner.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions? No questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair
This is for
Alvarez.
the applicant.
The applicant, if you come forth. Okay, thank you.
So who has and what kind of medical experience?
I do.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and have you ran or done a nursing home before?
No, but I've worked in group homes before since 1997.
Okay. And you too, you've only moved into that house just 3 months ago?
Yes.
Did you move with the intention of making this a
Yes, I bought the home and I wanted to do that because I used to live in a home where it's 3 levels and not anymore, so I need to have a 1-level home, and that's what I did.
Have you spoken since in the last 3 months to all your neighbors to make them aware of?
Yeah, about some of them, when I asked them, and they said they don't care. They don't mind having a personal care home across the street or next to them.
Okay. Because some of your neighbors did contact me on this application.
Okay.
In regards to concerns and about having a nursing, or, because that's a very old established neighborhood down through there, and those people have been there for many, many years.
I understand.
So, but okay, no further questions, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions, board? Okay, with that being said, I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Well, thank you. Planning and zoning, you heard all the comments and concerns. Can I get a motion?
Is this time for comments? Isn't there a moment for comments here before we take a vote?
Yeah, after the motion.
After
we
the
have
motion, got it.
comments afterward.
Thank you.
So I get a motion on S 2025-37.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve S 2025-37, a request for special use permit to allow personal care home located at 3905 Chioa Drive, Douglasville, Georgia.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
With the conditions as mentioned by staff. Thank you.
All right. I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd just like to mention, just for the record, my personal record, or the public personal record, we have businesses that move into Douglas County that come and make money in Douglas County that are just commercial businesses, like getting your nails done, gyms. These people own businesses in Douglas County and don't live here. They live here less than 2 months because they live in Smyrna. Just come here, get money out of Douglas County, and go back home every day. And when we have people that are purposely moving to a house to start a business that's going to help a group of people who are underserviced, just like foster children, I just think that it's admirable. And there's a need, and when we don't see that there's a large need just because of the timing, especially when we have people that are coming saying that they've walked alongside home care, assisted living owners. They're walking alongside them for months to learn. They have wives that are licensed nurses that are living in the house as well. There's a whole population that we're forgetting about for the sake of. It just doesn't make sense to me, honestly. So I just want to say for the record publicly that I admire those who are taking on this task of coming in and starting these businesses, especially when we have people who are just coming and opening commercial businesses and making money and not living here every single day. So I just wanted to say that for the record, and I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a vote from the members. All members vote in favor of this recommendation. Please raise your right hand. Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, we come with a 5-1 recommendation.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion to deny S 2025-37.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Well, I'm not unsympathetic to the desire of this, but we're starting to see a influx of this coming in. There are, this is just my opinion, there are places and needs for such health care. However, we're starting to see these in residential subdivisions, and a lot of the neighbors, that's one thing we got to take a look at. And I understand the need, and I am sympathetic, but there again, there's places for everything. Businesses, not all businesses need to belong inside a standard subdivision. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that I do have a heart and I do care, but there are places for everything. And why, if this was on something in acres, not inside a subdivision, but we've had time and time again before, not maybe tonight, but I've had calls in regards to this, and I've also we had people show up saying, this is coming into our subdivision. This is coming into our subdivision. We don't want this in our subdivision. But again, just all of a sudden, we approved one or two, and now we're starting to see an influx. So I'm just putting that on a caution until, but there's a place for everything, and I don't want to be taken that I'm just unsympathetic to our seniors, because if you know me, you know that's nowhere near the truth as much as I love our seniors. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman Alcaraz. Any other comment? Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
So I had initially been following that same kind of train of thought, but the lady that came and spoke about the kids getting to go and have ice cream with the elderly citizens made me remember I have represented Adult Protective Services for years, and they are in the same struggle that the foster care system has been in, where there are not sufficient homes within the community that a resident has lived in for their entire lifetime. And then what do you do? Do you get outsourced to a community that you don't recognize? Do you go and live with people that you don't know? Do you ignore that there are state regulations to maintain and manage the control and safety of the residents in these homes? And I'm reminded of the number of elderly people that I have seen be abused because they stay with family members who aren't equipped to provide appropriate or adequate care for them. They go to facilities and they are forgotten. And so and maybe this is a question for legal, and I tell y'all all the time, I will always do what my conscience tells me to do. If there is a mechanism to recall a previous vote, I would like to have an answer to that. But I do want us to think about that it may be not ideal to have something that lives next door to you in a context like this, but I think that there is a time and a place for commercial uses that reside in a residence, and I do think that there are appropriate safeguards and mechanisms in place that we do have an obligation to consider when we make a decision like this. And I don't know, I'm very familiar with Chihuahua and that street. It's actually right down the street from where my sister lives, and so maybe that made me stop and think more closely about it. But if I lived off of Highway 5 or off of Chapel Hill for 50 or 60 years, and then someone sent me to downtown Atlanta to be in a nursing home, I don't know that that would be in the interest of public policy. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other comment, board? Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor to deny. All in favor of denial, please raise your right hand. All in favor of approval, please raise your right hand. Okay, we have a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries for approval.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I yield the floor back to you.
Madam Chair, as a point of
order.
Point of order, okay.
Did you want to address the question before I move
Yeah.
on?
And I apologize, I was speaking with staff on that.
Did you want me to move on and get it worked out, and we can come back, readdress it
Well,
later?
I was just clarifying, we completed the vote with respect to this item. Okay, I apologize. So with respect to that, I know that there's been a practice where there are mechanisms according to Robert's Rules of Order, where in a meeting you can come back and reconsider a vote. This being a public hearing, it makes it a little distinct to maybe some of the decisions that we make in the standard meetings. So I just want to look at something very quickly, and as you guys proceed through the others, and if I could just have your permission to address that, whether or not that is, the will or their support for that motion at the end of the meeting. that's certainly something that we can discuss. And I apologize, I was speaking with Ms. Duncan during that vote, so I missed that. But if you all have completed that action, I would make that request to move to the next item, and I'll look into that.
So moved. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item Z 2025-38.
All right.
Okay.
Point of order. Pass it back over for the last agenda item as far as the motion to approve the vote.
Okay.
Because the original motion failed,
Right.
we need a new
Right.
motion. So, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-37.
Okay, do we have a second? Second? We have a motion and a second. In the discussion board, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, all opposed? We have a 4-1 vote and the motion carries to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you. We ready for application Z 2025-38?
All right. Application Z 2025-38 is a request from KMC Homes. This is a request to amend the PUD, the Plan Unit Development, for residential development. This is located at the intersection of St. Andrews Parkway and Highway 5 in District 4. So the subject property is currently undeveloped. If we go way back into the 1970s, St. Andrews actually started as a project called Lands West. Over time, it evolved, and phase 1 of St. Andrews was designed to be a residential community with swim, tennis, and golf. It was approved under its base zoning classification, so there's a bit of St. Andrews out there that's got a residential zoning classification outside of the PUD. That was mostly developed in the 1980s. In 2018, the property was rezoned again. This was further to amend some PUD conditions to remove a requirement for 4-sided brick for the portion that had become part of the PUD. There was again, in 2001, there was a phase 2 where the developer applied for an original PUD designation to allow that base of residential with commercial development. So the second phase of this consisted of the East Village and the locks of St. Andrews. And in that PUD, and I'll show you a map in just a minute, it was indicated that there was a commercial component that would be built as needed. So again, there have been subsequent rezonings to amend the PUD, 2017, 2018. And then in 2023, some of y'all may remember that we had a proposal come back to us that's similar to the one before this evening. This was a proposal to rezone that commercial piece of it, to take it out of the commercial designation and into the residential designation. And so that's where we are tonight. In 2023, that application was denied by the Board of Commissioners. Since that time, the applicant has been working with the neighbor, and they are proposing to add 38 additional single-family detached lots. So again, this is the code section relevant to the request. And again, just an abbreviated history here of some of those prior zoning actions. So as a reminder, as I had mentioned earlier in the meeting, prior to 2004, the PUD operated as kind of an overlay to whatever your base was. In the instance of this project, it was a base of residential with commercial. If considered against today's standards, a PUD typically would require a mix of residential and non-residential uses. However, given the time when this zoning was enacted, that wasn't a requirement. So when we looked at this in 2023, we felt it was appropriate to allow you to at least consider if you wanted to remove that commercial designation on the property and allow it to just be a straight PUD with the base of residential. And so we recommended approval of this request in 2023. Ultimately, it was denied, but staff is again here recommending approval of this request. So this was the original 2001 revised site plan, and the portion of the property that we're actually going to be giving consideration to, you can see there highlighted in blue. So it's currently a wooded tract, and on that 2001 site plan, we gave consideration to these two areas that were supposed to be developed as commercial, assisted living, and medical practice. So for the better part of 20 years, that has failed to develop on this site. Here's an aerial image, so you can kind of see the residential neighborhoods that are beginning to develop adjacent to that, but this is still a heavily wooded portion of the project. This is the applicant's site plan. So you can see that they're proposing 38 single-family detached lots at the same size and scale of the existing neighborhood. This is located in the Resort Conservation Future Land Use Designation and the Rural Places Character Area. And staff is recommending approval with the conditions based on the following findings. So number one, the rezoning and PUD amendment are consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Plan and intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. A negative impact to surrounding properties will not result from the rezoning, and the granting of the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, welfare, and does represent best planning practice. We also have a few conditions for you to consider. So number one, the first one is that all proposed lots shall comply with the current UDC requirements and will be implemented during the DRC development review meetings. Number two, access to existing county streets will be granted if the proposed street meets or exceeds the intersection site distance for a 25-mile-per-hour roadway. Number three, a copy of the GDOT approved permit is going to be required prior to plan approval. Number four, the buffer will be maintained by the existing lots on Loch Lomond Lane and the proposed new residential street. The buffer may be a 6-foot wooden privacy fence, a 6-foot masonry wall, and then preservation of existing vegetation or a combination of both fence and landscaping. So we're just giving them a few options of what that buffer can be with condition number four. Number five, the developer shall coordinate with the Douglas County Sheriff's Department on the design and installation of a camera system to assist law enforcement in monitoring the community. The camera system will be installed at the developer's expense and shall be operational prior to a CO for the first building. And then number six, the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee for review and consideration of the specific site development standards in the UDC and the concerns and requirements expressed in the specific agency impact statements reviewed in the staff report dated May 6, 2025. And just in conclusion, these conditions are substantially the same conditions that we had presented to y'all in 2023. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but that concludes my report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to open a public hearing. Anyone in favor of this application or their representative wishing to speak in favor of the application, please approach the podium. State your name, address for the record.
Hey, good evening.
And
I'm Mike Fair.
Are you the applicant?
I am, yeah.
The conditions that were read by staff, are you in agreement with those?
We're in agreement with those as well, yes.
All right, thank you. Name and your address, please.
Yeah, I'm Mike Fair, the applicant for KMC Homes, residing in Wedowee, Alabama. I've been a resident here since I moved to Wedowee since actually 1976, so we've been in the community for quite a while. We started building, we're actually fortunate enough to start building in this community in 2015. There was about 105 homes along St. Andrews Parkway that were developed prior to the recession. When the recession hit in 2007, it was really overgrown, a lot of weeds. We acquired lots on a takedown basis from the original landowner that acquired the land during the recession. And as we were building those homes, unfortunately, most land developers and builders, they have the right to the HOA, and they can control and have declarant rights. During this process, we actually never had those declarant rights at all. The original landowner, or the one that took it over, has always had those rights. So during the course of building throughout this St. Andrews Parkway area, if we ever needed anything done, we had some leverage because they still wanted to sell us lots. So we could get things done. We could get the pavilion fixed. There's a beautiful 16-acre lake with a really nice pavilion, a nice little pier area. We were able to put some money into it from the original landowner in 2015 when we started. And then as we started growing the community, when we got to about 80% complete, they turned it over to a management company. The management company at that time took a lot of the residents' HOA dues. They really didn't put a lot of money back into the community. They paid to have some of the grass cut, but that was about it. So the community really has started to become more neglected over time. What we're asking for is to be able to amend the PUD to change this from commercial. We feel like commercial is not the highest and best use for this property, especially since it's been rezoned that for 20 plus years. We feel like it would be better to have it zoned residential. The original landowner has agreed to give us declarant rights to the HOA upon this being rezoned. Then we could take the HOA back and give it back to the community where it belongs. Then at that point, their HOA dues can properly go toward the community to take care of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else speak in favor of this applicant? State your name and address, please.
Dutch Nelson, 8744 St. Andrews Parkway, Winston, Georgia, and I've been a resident for nearly a little over 50 years. I'm actually in favor of supporting this rezoning. One, I live there on St. Andrews Parkway. Two, I know the types of homes they build. They build good quality craftsmanship homes, and not to mention that I know him and I regard him at a high level of integrity and character. And then when I looked at investigating this and seeing that, hey, this has been zoned commercially, well, I don't really know where that'll go, but I definitely wouldn't want all that right at the entrance of our neighborhood. So I would trust his instinct to build some homes right there in our own neighborhood, because who wants a Dollar General at the corner of our neighborhood? And that's just my personal opinion. So again, with that, I support this in favor for this new rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? State your name and address, please.
My name's Joe Pounds, and I'm at 8601 St. Andrews Parkway. I am very much in favor of rezoning. The area that he's talking about is very rural, and it is dark. So putting a commercial building out there, now you're talking about Carroll County, Harrison County, and any other of these people that want to dot in, commit crimes, and run back out, they're going to do it right there. It can happen. So I'm very much in putting homes there. I'm very committed to this neighborhood and our watch that we got going on to keep this thing in check. Douglas County's got to grow, but we've got to grow in check. We can't get out the balance of what the law enforcement can handle and can help us create down here. And it's dark, and it's rural. And I'd rather keep it quiet like it is than to add things that's going to bring attention to the area other than good people. I'm all about growth, but I'm about growth in a way that we can control it. And this sheriff department has worked its butt off down here. And I just want it to stay this way. And I need your help on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor?
My name is Al Harrison. I live at 8814 St. Andrews Parkway, and I am here in favor of KMC building more homes in our neighborhood. He has built a lot of them already, and I feel that he will build a good quality home in our area.
Thank you.
Again, Ambassador Isaac Esau, 5390 Yeager Road. I have listened to what they've been talking about in building homes here, and I'm also a real estate investor also, so I'm aware of the shortage of real estate that we need in our county, and I'm in favor of that.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Milton Johnston, 8741 St. Andrews Parkway, Winston. I'm in total support of this rezoning. Our neighborhood is in need of an HOA. Currently, it's kind of in default. And with the strength of this new building and this builder, it will help us move forward. Any kind of commercial zoning at that part of our neighborhood would totally be out of character for this area. And we strongly believe it should be rezoned to residential. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in favor? All right, so no one moving? Anyone in opposition of this application? Please come to the podium, get 2 minutes. State your name and address.
My name is Shelley Chittum. I live at 8584 St. Andrews Parkway. I'm not opposed to the rezoning. I just have some concerns about Mike Farr doing the building because he built our house and several of the houses around us. There have been lots of erosion problems because the grading was not done properly. And we do have the waterway that runs right between our houses and the ones behind us. So my concern is with those houses being at a higher elevation, is there going to be grading problem that's going to cause more erosion and cause more silt and runoff and other things to flow into the Douglas County waterways?
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? See anyone moving? Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
Mr. Brandon, I got a question for the applicant. Just considering the last comment of the last resident or constituent, could you just speak to that, you're developing and the elevation and things of that nature?
Yeah, I'm actually going to have HRC, which is our surveyor and engineer, kind of help with that.
HRC.
Hey, I'm Brian Howell with the HRC Engineers, 6554 Church Street. We'll be required by the Water and Sewer Authority to, ensure that all of our runoff goes to stormwater management ponds, is treated for water quality, detention, runoff reduction. So we'll follow the local, state, and local codes for stormwater practices. So we'll ensure, and we're going to have to personally certify it prior to construction as it goes through approval, as well as during the as-built process before it's approved and all the infrastructure is accepted. So.
Okay, no further questions from me. Thank you.
Any other questions from Planning and Zoning Board? I did want to just have a quick question about the HOA. I think one of the other residents said that looking forward to it being reestablished. Can you speak to that?
Yes. So upon this being rezoned, at that point, we'll be able to have declarant rights transferred to us at that point, which we haven't had since we started. By taking declarant rights over, now we can properly organize the HOA, pass it back over to the community. They can elect officers, and then we can organize it to where their monies are properly spent. I believe they probably stopped paying HOA dues in 2024 because their dues weren't going to where it needed to be, which was maintaining the green space, the lake area and the pavilion. A lot of that hasn't had any money put into it and desperate need of being pressure washed, painted. We've agreed to also do those things to help out the community. So our agreement is to go back in and take care of the local pavilion itself, the pier area, and help them get back reestablished.
Okay, one other question. What is your general price point for these homes and, what sizes?
We're currently still building in this area on Callaway Drive. Our average price point homes have been between $380 and $400 is where we're at right now. And we're trying to still stay at that and maintaining that price point if we can. Okay. Unfortunately, with the cost of goods increasing the way they have, when we started in 2015, we were selling homes for $260,000. So we were well below the median price point for the community. But unfortunately, with costs going up the way they have, it's made it tougher. But yeah, right now we're between $375 and $400.
And what's the footprint? What's the size?
Most all of our plans are stepless ranches. We're all north of the 1,800 square foot, but our average square foot is about 2,150 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to pass it over to Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Any questions, board? Okay, thank you. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard comments from staff and from applicants. Can I get a recommendation?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval for Z 2025-38, a request for rezoning to amend the pub for a resident development located at St. Andrews Parkway and Highway 5, Winston 30187, with the conditions as outlined by staff.
Thank you. I have a recommendation for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a recommendation and a second. Any comments? Okay. All members agree with the approval recommendation? Please raise your right hand. Madam Chair, we come with a 6-0 approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2025-38.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you. Next agenda item, please. S 2025-41.
Yes, sir. Our next item. I'll give just a second. Okay, so I believe it's a good time to start. They're clearing out. So our next agenda item is a S 2025-41. It's a special use permit for a personal care home. This is located at 3675 Simon Road. Lot size is 1 acre. Commission District number 3. Per the appraisal department, a 2,408 square foot single family detached principal dwelling and a 784 square foot accessory structure is cited. The principal dwelling has 4 bedrooms and approximately 1 or so bathrooms. The applicant is proposing a family personal care home which would permit up to 6 persons under care. Taking a look at the relevant codes. Prior zoning action in 1973, there was a request for a rezoning from R1 to R2, or R1 or R2 to the PUD, Plan Unit Development. Personal care homes, they're monitored by the Georgia Department of Community Health with annual inspections conducted typically every 11 to 15 months. The proposed use will not alter the principal character of the use as a single-family residence and will operate as accessory only. The UDC requires that the applicant is a full-time resident, so the property must be owner-occupied. Owner occupancy status might limit the amount of people under care, and the proposed use might involve residents who have visitors, so limiting the amount of storage of vehicles is necessary to limit off-site impacts. We're taking a look at the special use criteria. It's currently zoned PUD, Plan Unit Development. It's currently developed with a single-family detached residential development cited. Is a picture of the survey. It's in the suburban living feature land use and the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff's recommending approval with conditions based upon of the special use permit based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC, and the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. The conditions are, number 1, that the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee adequate plans to address the agency impact statements included within the staff report, as well as additional requirements under the relevant governing codes of those departments within the staff report. All required improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of an occupational tax certification. Prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification, the applicant must provide proof of permit issued by the relevant governing departments of the state of Georgia. Number 3, a maximum of 2 vehicles shall be parked outside of the home at any given time. On-street parking is prohibited. This condition is applicable to all residents and visitors. Number 4, there shall be no more than 2 unrelated individuals allowed to occupy a single bedroom. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, thank you. I'm now going to open up public hearing. Anyone in favor of this application or representative wishing to speak in favor, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes, 15 minutes total. Please state your name, your address. Are you the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Do you agree with the conditions read in by staff?
Yes, I do.
You do? Thank you.
My name is Joseph Kiduthia. I'm the principal applicant for the special use permit for this resident on 3675 Simon Road. I did notice that I think it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. I think it said 4-bedroom, 1 bath. But I actually lived across this property for about 20 years before it became available for sale. The subdivision right across it, that's where I've lived for that duration of time. So when I moved...
Can I have you speak a little bit closer to the mic so we can... It's being recorded.
Correct. So I've lived across the property for approximately about 20 years before it went up for sale, and my wife and I decided we want to move out the subdivision and move into that property. During that time, we were just considering just living there, but the reason we were moving is because my mother-in-law had pretty much severe dementia, and we were just taking care of her for that duration of time. She didn't do too well in a group home, memory care facility, but she was fairly well when she was living with us. And so at some point, she ended up moving with another family member. We did consider just kind of going on, but she was very much interested in taking on another responsibility. She did work in a nursing home for about 2 years, and she noticed that a lot of people, even in those facilities, always asking, I want to go home, I want to be close to family. They're tied to their things, properties, things they have accumulated over time, and they just wanted to pretty much find an alternative to being in a nursing home. I do commend my colleagues here who are actually taking this on. This is my first time, but I found it pretty fulfilling being in healthcare, especially to be able to provide an alternative. I find it quite challenging, actually. I know some people have had it, done it pretty easily, and it's good to have someone to really guide you. But
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
For your comments. Anyone else speak in favor of this applicant? You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. How did I know?
Hi, everybody. Ambassador Isaac Kesel, 5390 Yeager Road, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. I'm going to speak from the heart on this one right here. And I've always come before you and recommending that we do approve or we do take consideration of an applicant before you. I know Joseph from being here, and I met him over here. And what he's trying to do, it's something that a whole others have done. When I started this, I didn't have no experience. I didn't know anything, and nobody taught me anything. But I learned it all from my wife. So when someone comes before you, and it seems like they can't speak well, or articulate what they're about to do, that alone is not a reason to kind of deny the application. There is help around. There are people that can help these people. It's just like you getting any other job. You get trained at a job. This is no different. Taking care of a loved one or parent, it's just like living with your mom and dad at home. And these applicants that's coming before you, some of them are very prepared. Like our last applicant, she knew what she was talking about. She was very prepared. But we've seen that some also come before you, they're not 100% prepared. But that does not mean they cannot do the job. So when you're looking to approve this, I want you to do it in a way whereby it's just like you living with your mom or dad and helping them with the activities of daily living and the medication management. But for the personal care home itself, you all know that it's well regulated by the state. None of these applicants can come before you and get by without.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak in favor of this applicant? All right, seeing no one moving. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Gifty Nibo. I'm also a provider of a personal care home here in Douglasville, Georgia. Fortunately for me, I didn't pass through this process because I'm now a grandfathered thing. But one thing that I know that we've been coming a lot for this purpose, not because the area is sometimes when you want to operate some things like this, you got to consider the area. Because families also want their parent or their loved ones to be in a community that if they what they used to be. So we also look for the area before we operate. And also another thing is the need, It's something that we know that we are seeing it as easy, but it's not that easy. Taking care of somebody that you don't know, it's not easy, but it's just a passion that we have. So if you judges are considering denial or approval, please just consider how tedious it is sometimes to take care of people that I don't know. Not because of, for me, my home, it's not because of money, too much. But it's the passion that I have for it. And I always stay full because when they come in and see how much their parents, their loved one has transitioned from how they were before they come to home, I'm always full. So that is the passion that we have. So I know all the people that stood here or come here is something that is in them. It's in them to take care of people like this. So I'm praying that everything should be considered and get approved for this good cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for approval, or in favor, I should say?
Hello again, I'm Shirley Joseph. The reason I encourage this is because, first of all, we have to do it in our home, so therefore we cannot do it in the commercial area.
Right.
So we have to be in our home. And number two, and you having senior citizens in the home, and you don't want to expose them to the community area where there's a lot of trafficking, a lot of cars coming and all that. And because they are senior citizens, sometimes, their head, they have dementia, and they might walk away. But if it's in a residential area, everybody can, how do I say, contribute together to, oh, I saw so-and-so walk away, or they could see somebody, I saw this. But if it's in a commercial area, you can't see anything. They could get lost, anything can happen. And then when it's a family, the person wants to live in a family at home. None of us want to do our last days in a hospital, or if we have the choice to. We want to do it in a place where it's comfortable, where there's family around, there's people you love around, and these people will become our family as well. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'm looking on time. Go ahead.
My name is Clement Ofori again, 3339 Mirai Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant. And I also just want to stress out a couple of things here when it comes to personal care home. Most of the times, when you live in a certain place or location for quite a long time, you most likely would like to stay in the same area when you are aged, when you grow up. And most of the times, they come to the personal care home to stay there so that since they are used to the area. So if you can please approve him since a personal care home, though people do this for money, but most of them also do it for a passion, also making sure that they take care of the aged. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close for in favor. We're going to open for in opposition to this applicant. Please state your name and address, please.
Michelle Oates, 4603 Rayburn Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. And to be honest with you, I wasn't going to comment on this tonight, but I am getting concerned about the number of zoning requests that are coming in for personal home care. And while I agree, it is needed, I'm concerned about the size of our population. What are we, 157,000 in Douglas County? What percentage of these businesses are now coming into residences? And I'll be honest with you, like if it was coming to my personal community and I suddenly had 10 of them in my community, or they're being spread out, that would cause me concern. So I would love if we had more intention around this in terms of like, how does this fit into really the kinds of businesses that we want? And at what point do we have so many of these? We're like, oh my goodness, this is like Dollar General. We suddenly have so many in our community. And so I would just ask the Board of Commissioners to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Okay, seeing no one moving. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions for the applicant or from staff, for staff?
Mr. Brandon Penman, I got a question for the applicant.
Sure, go ahead.
Just speaking to the mic for me, okay?
Sure.
So I just wanted to get some clarity on your background.
Sure.
Because I think you said that you've been living here for 20 years?
Yeah, approximately, 20, since 2005.
And so you lived across the street prior to this, and then you purchased the house that's
Yes, there's a subdivision that's directly, like, right across. The entrance is maybe about 200 feet down the street, but it's right across the extension of the subdivision goes right behind that entrance. But yeah, I've lived in that subdivision and drove out there pretty much for the duration of time, at least for 15, 20 years at least.
Got you. And so you had a family member who had dementia that lived with you? I just want to make sure I get clarity on like what you were saying as far as your background story.
Yes, it was my mother-in-law.
Your
And
mother-in-law.
she had pretty severe dementia. She was in a facility for a little while, did not do too well. And so she came to live with us. And pretty much most of our issues almost kind of disappeared. You know, it was quite impressive just the way she handled it. So it was not until she moved to her home in California to her mother, who's turned 110 this year. So, but she lived with us for 3-4 years. So my wife at that time decided to take some certification classes to be able to take care of her. And so she did so. And for that time up until then, we had no issues with it. So when we moved across the street, she was like, you know, she can't work anymore herself because some injuries that she had at work. So she was like, yeah, maybe we can just stay here, or I could take care of a couple of people. She's only interested in about 3 people, not really a lot. She just thinks maybe a couple, maybe a husband and a wife, and maybe one other person. So she's still trying to just do something rather than just sit in a house, basically.
Beautiful. And so your wife will be staying with you in this residence if you're approved?
Yeah, it's just me and her. She has the certifications, and she pretty much wanted to do something with it. She did work at facilities for a couple of years after my mother-in-law left, but she just wanted to do something. But if she could do it at home, she said, well, it's much better than having to go out there. It's a much more homely feeling. It's something she knows how to do. So she was like, rather than just, you know, being out there, all of them complaining, rather being at home close to my family and things like that. So she's the one who brought it up, like, I would like to do something different. And I said, I'll come out here and see what we can work out.
Okay, awesome. And in consideration of the opposition, have you looked into how many other home care, let me say it correctly, personal care homes there are in this neighborhood?
In my current neighborhood, I probably, I'm aware of one.
One other.
And it's not in the same neighborhood.
Okay.
It's, I think it's Eagle's Nest or somewhere along Chapel Hill, and it's just from passing by. But in where I live, within their location, there's none other.
Now, would there be anything to indicate that this type of home care will be happening in your house? Like, do you have to put like a sign outside of your house to say, hey, I got seniors living here? Is there something that you have to identify according to the state to identify your house?
I don't think that's required by the state, but it still maintains the residence as if it was just a regular residential property.
Gotcha.
So these, other than other things that may come up from maybe the, you know, parking or other regulations from other departments, but for the most part, it doesn't change. You're not supposed to alter the nature of the environment where the home is. It's supposed to still remain as it was supposed to be. So
gotcha.
Unless you knew about it, then it's probably impossible to tell.
Right. Okay. Got it. And then you did mention that this is regulated by the state, so there'll be like state checks yearly where the state will come in and make sure that you guys are doing the job properly.
Right. I think part of the approval process, even after we are completed with this process, there's a state part of it. So even though this is complete and is completed, the state may still shut you down. So it's really not a given that, you know, you still have to comply with the state requirements, which the lady here stated that, you know, what it's the door sizes, the hall sizes, room sizes, number of clients, the care you're providing has to meet a certain standard. So there are audits that they will come and, you know, evaluate the property before you even have the license, safety. There's a little more to even after this regulatory, county stuff, the state still does have a lot to do with what we're doing.
Then this is my last question. So, your wife has gone above and beyond by getting the certifications, because that's not mandatory. She doesn't have to have those certifications to do this, but she's gone to just do further education by getting the certifications.
Yes, I wish she was here to talk about it, but but yes, she did. It was just a little more challenging with her condition, and so we discussed it, and she took the classes, and so we were able to, provide pretty good time and environment for her. So up until she had to leave, and then she continued to work for a couple more years for a number of nursing homes, and when she finally this came up, she was like, I'd rather be in an environment like this. There's a gentleman who said, that the environment is different. There's a subset of people who prefer not to be in those environments and like to be closer to things that are a little more homely, whether it's meals, family. The ambience is pretty much close to home. So, and she found it a little much better that way, to providing that kind of care rather than being in a facility. And they do better mortality-wise for people who are in personal care homes than nursing homes.
Thank you. I appreciate you for saving lives. That's all my questions.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Yeah, you say you've been living in the neighborhood for how long? 20 years?
Yeah, since 2005.
Have you had a chance to talk to your neighbors to let them know what your interest is in terms of opening up a house?
Yes, I did. When I came in last month, there wasn't, but nobody showed up at that time. But when I spoke to Allison, she said just go ahead and talk to the people around, see if they have any concerns. Most of them are within the subdivisions. I have to go to and into their subdivisions, and I did not get much of any pushback or concerns. Just the fact that I guess they feel that I'm not part of their community and they're not affected that way, because the front edge of the property kind of sits on Simon Road, and for most of them they have to go into the subdivision. But I did talk to the neighbors around. There's one house across the street, and he had no concerns with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Any other questions from Planning and Zoning Board? Okay, Madam Chair, you have the floor. No other questions.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Thomas. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Commissioner Braxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. And this is to the applicant. Good evening.
Thank you.
So just to confirm, your house now is not in the subdivision, is that correct?
This particular house, yeah. So where I was living previous to moving to Simon Road is a subdivision, Ashworth.
Mm-hmm.
So the owner who lived in the property pretty much sold the land around it. Most of those were developed into subdivisions. So his residence was what was just sitting on Simon Road. So that's what the property is. But yeah, my previous property was across into a subdivision. But this one is on the
Okay.
on Simon Road, yeah.
Okay. And looking at the home, do you have two-car garage now? It's kind of hard to tell. 'Cause I'm just thinking as far as what the condition is. Is there parking in a garage now?
Yeah, it's a two-parking garage, and they paved, and I'm not sure if it's on the, I think there's some of the maps on there, but they paved the whole front end of the house and onto the side for extra parking. But I think they probably used to have a truck or something, but there's more than ample parking that they created for the front end of the building. But there's a two-car garage park.
Okay. And then in regards to, you mentioned your wife's certifications, are those medical certifications? I'm just trying to get a little bit of contents of the specific certifications, just thinking from a healthcare standpoint, medical standpoint.
Yeah, I think one of them was, she was a certified nurse aide, and the other one had to do with memory care. I do not know the exact name for it, but it was two of them. So she could at least be able to assist with the activities of daily living, the dressing, pretty much clothing, feeding, and then the rest of it was more based on memory care, those safety, making sure the doors are locked. They may wander around or forget and do things, making sure the stores are closed and they don't have access to things. So both of them, I think for some facilities do require, if you're in a memory care facility, to have those kind of certifications. But this were, she just did them to take care of her mom.
Okay, so will this be considered for memory care, or I'm just trying to get an understanding as far as the patient's needs?
We're not doing memory care.
Okay.
But what she had acquired at that time had to do both the ambulatory and for her specific issue with her memory. But we're not intending to do any memory care. They'll mostly be ambulatory patients, people who can at least be able to take care of themselves, but need some assistance in one way, but not in a significant way. But whether it's moving around or getting their meals ready and things like that.
Okay. You have a lot of space in the front there, and it looks like it's a pretty nice lot size. Are there any plans to expand or to do anything outside with those in your care?
The backyard is pretty spacious. She had some suggestions as to having some outdoor activities. She wants to push a garden to the back where they can pretty much garden if they want to, possibly a gazebo or walk path around, but that will require having a fence put around where they cannot get over the fence. But basically making it where it's pretty much they can have anything they would need, whether it's outdoor or indoor. But certainly there are some plans to just add some additions to the back, maybe just for gardening or some other activities that they may want to do. But yes, we've thought about it, but would specifically to what they would like to do, whoever the client would be.
Okay. And it looks like you have a pretty decent sized space between you and your neighbors. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes, it's a relatively, I wouldn't say small property. I think it's about 1,500 square foot. So it's dead in the middle of the property. So there's probably about 100 maybe feet both ways between each side of the fence.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rex. Any other questions? Vice Chairman Alvarez, you have the floor.
I'm just curious, when did you purchase the home?
It was in October 2024.
2020? Okay. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions, Board? Okay, with that being said, I'll yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard statements from the applicant. Can I get a motion?
Mr. Brandon Penn, I make a motion to approve application S 2025-41, a request for a special use permit to allow a personal care home located at 3675 Simon Road, Douglasville, Georgia.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
With the conditions as read in by staff.
You want to restate?
I'll restate my motion. This is Brandon Penniman. I'd like to make a motion to approve application S 2025-41, a request for a special use permit to allow a personal care home located at 3675 Simon Road, Douglasville, Georgia, with the conditions as read in by staff.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have an approval and a second. Any discussion?
I have some discussion. Even though, I just want to say this for the record, even though I have listened to this, I have my own personal reason for this because, you know, I was there for my grandmother and my aunts was there for their parents. And this is a need, but, you know, I understand where some residents have their reserves because it's coming so fast, so quickly in residential areas. And we all know that the healthcare is struggling all the way around as you look at the climate that's going on right now. But we we're gonna have to look at this very closely, and I'll say my thing, part of the community being on here, I'm gonna go visit some of these houses. I'm gonna do my due diligence, sitting up here for you to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Because that's what you said that you wanted to see, and that's what we need to do. So I'm gonna go back and look at some of them that has been here for a while, go out and see in the community what they look like and what they're representing when they come here, so that I can feel comfortable later on making valid decisions on these matters. And I think that as you and people in the community need to be aware of those that's around you and be active and aware of those people that's there. Because I can recall when my grandmother walked out of my aunt's house, and luckily a neighbor saw her crossing the field and called my other grandmother and told her what was taking place. So when you do these, you definitely got to be on the lookout and be an advocate for your neighbor and for the people who they're taking care of. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a vote on the recommendation for approval. All that approve, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Madam Chair, we come with a 5-1 approval recommendation.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve S2025-41 with the conditions as read in by staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just have one thing I'd like to add.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor, Commissioner.
I just want to remind us too that we're not asking these same questions when somebody wants a special use permit to run an Etsy shop out of their house, if they want to Cricut shirts and sell them out of their house. So we need to be very mindful that we're not picking and choosing which subject areas to target as desirable versus not desirable, so long as they're meeting the conditions that staff put in. And every single one of these has said that they need to maintain the overall residential character area. So it is not going to be a neon sign on these houses that says this is a residential or personal care home. The other thing is, I actually appreciate that they're bringing these before the board so that there is proper oversight, so that there is proper licensing, so that there is proper ordinance compliance, because what we don't want to have happen is people just begin to care for folks in their home and there is no oversight and no one knows what happens, on a hope and a prayer that somehow we catch it or that we identify it. We have an obligation to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, and this is one step towards doing that by making sure that codes, regulations, ordinances, and rules are followed. With that, I yield back.
Okay, any other discussion, board? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay, we have a 4-1 vote, and the motion carries. Thank you, and I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair
All right,
Thomas.
thank you. Next agenda item, Z 2025-45. Correct.
Yes, you're correct.
You're getting there.
All right. This is Z 2025-45. This is a request for rezoning. This includes 2 parcels. So one is currently zoned residential low density. The other is zoned light industrial. We're asking to take both of those parcels to the general commercial zoning classification. This is for the flea market. Many of you know it as Bill's Flea Market, located at 11001 Veterans Memorial Highway. This is in Commission District Number 1. So again, as I said, subject parcels are all part of Bill's Flea Market. Going down our history lesson again, Bill's was first zoned in 1973. That zoning entitlement comes through for the one large parcel. I'll show you a map of that in just a minute. Parcel 10 was rezoned to light industrial in 1979 for purposes of a mini warehouse. This use was absorbed into the flea market over time, even though at the time the discussion in front of the Board of Commissioners was expressly no flea market. Parcel 11 has no record of any previous zoning action. It is still zoned for residential purposes. So the applicants are proposing to acquire the entire site And for that reason, we are bringing this to you today and recommending that we get the whole site under one consisting zoning classification. That is a general commercial zoning classification. The applicant is proposing to continue the existing use on the property. So we looked at the relevant code sections. We also looked at the prior zoning action. That's the information that I've shared here with you back in the 1970s. And so we have met multiple times with this applicant. They have been to DRC. They are very aware of the conditions related to the property and the concerns by staff. They have indicated there are improvements that they would like to make on the existing property. Minimum maintenance requirements are not going to trigger any sort of issues with kind of a non-conforming status of the use. So we think that moving forward, it is in the best interest to align the zoning classification on all three parcels to bring the site into greater conformity on the property. Should the established use on the property cease operations, any of the uses otherwise allowed in the general commercial zoning district as well as the highway corridor overlay would be allowed on the property. So just a little background here, CoStar does identify 9 other similar uses in Douglas County, so this falls under a used merchandise category. And so Carroll County, Coweta, Paulding are all similar to Douglas County in regard to the number of used merchandise stores they have. There's also a bit of interesting information provided by E911. The site does generate a number of different calls into the E911 center. Often multiple calls are received in a month. Again, given the commercial nature of the property and the consistent traffic, this isn't a surprise to us, but we definitely wanted to make sure that we pointed that out, as well as draw your attention to the other agency impact statements that are part of our DRC meeting. Again, the applicant is very aware of all of this information. We have looked at the rezoning criteria analysis. We do feel that is substantially compatible with our rezoning criteria in the code. And so this is the zoning map that I had alluded to earlier. You see the entire subject site outlined in the blue line there. The light pink category, that's the existing general commercial zoning, and all we are looking to do is bring the blue, which is the light industrial, and the yellow, which is the residential low density, all under that same general commercial zoning classification, so the entirety of the site will have one zoning classification. I cannot speak to what may have happened over the years to allow the flea market use to migrate to the subsequent properties, but we do support the applicant's request to get it all under one unified zoning classification to allow for ease of administering the site. Here's the aerial information, the aerial photograph of the property. And here is the site plan of the property showing the existing buildings. The property is located in the mixed-use corridor. It is also part of the Veterans Memorial Highway Professional Corridor. And staff recommends approval of the rezoning based on the findings that, number 1, the rezoning will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. Number 2, the proposed zoning is consistent with the comprehensive future land use plan, categorization of this property within the mixed-use corridor, and the character area categorization of the Veterans Memorial Highway Professional Corridor. And number 3, the uses in the proposed zoning district are generally compatible with surrounding properties. And that concludes my presentation at this time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm now going to open a public hearing. Anyone in favor of applicant or the representative wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium, state your name, address for the record. You get 2 minutes, 15 minutes total. Are you the applicant?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm the applicant.
The conditions that were read by staff, are you, is no, or just findings only? That's fine. All right. State your name and address, please.
Hey, my name is Keshav. I live at 11170 Gates Terrace in Johns Creek. So I'm here because I'm currently under contract to purchase Bill's Flea Market. I think, as many of you guys know, Bill's has been a part of this community for over 50 years and also is a primary source of income for over 150 families in this county. And our intention is to preserve that completely. We're not proposing any changes to the site. We're not going to make it any different. It's operating currently as a flea market, and we plan to operate it also as a flea market. Our only goal is to bring the entire property into compliance by rezoning the entire parcel, all 3 parcels, to commercial general. One of the parcels, due to an oversight about 30 years ago, was never approved and was never zoned appropriately. And our intention is to kind of correct that and make sure that there's complete compliance for our lender requirements. The rezoning is to simply align the current use with the legal use of the property. And in terms of the improvements that we plan on making at site, it's going to be general maintenance. We want to clean it up, make it more orderly, make it look a little nicer, and make it smoother operations for the county as well.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in approval or in favor of this applicant?
Ambassador Isaac Esau again before you. I've used that flea market before, and we all know that flea market. When I was coming up, and most of the time, when it was hard, when things were hard, that is where I went to get a bargain. And if it's gonna stay in our community and still be improved, I think it's, in my opinion, it's still good for the community to have that option. Because sometimes we get on hard times, and that's the place to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of this applicant? See no one moving, I'm going to close the public hearing for in favor. Anyone want to speak in opposition of this application? See no one moving, I'm going to close the public hearing. Planning and zoning, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
This or for the applicant. I just want to get it clear. I know you said that you're purchasing it, and one minute I heard you say it's going to be as is, but then I see you said you're going to clean it up. Which one is it? Because I just want to say,
yeah.
I have been to that flea market. I've seen that flea market,
Yeah.
and it needs some work.
Yeah.
It's good to have it in the community. I know about flea markets, and it's good to have them there, but they have to have some type of order. They have to look presentable for people to go there. And right now, it does not look that presentable. So I just want to just kind of get a feel of what you're planning on doing with it in your vision once this get possibly approved.
Yeah, the market is really ugly. Right now, we're planning on putting in pretty meaningful investments to make it look a lot nicer, make it a lot more orderly. I think the biggest challenges they have right now are around parking. There is a lot more traffic than it can handle. I think on an average weekend, they receive between 4,000 to 5,000 visitors. Our plan is to put in a lot, like delineated parking spaces, parking ways. We actually are working, we got comments from DOT as well to make sure that the curb cut makes sense and there's a decel lane while actually entering the property. We're also investing pretty meaningful dollars into like upgrading the bathroom facilities, making sure it's cleaner overall, it looks nicer, it's just a better place to shop and also to sell.
Okay, and I know that we have some findings up there, and I know that also we had some concerns with E911. How are y'all looking at addressing that with the current law enforcement that's in the area?
Yeah, so there's actually a sheriff that's usually on site pretty much every Sunday when the traffic gets really busy. I think a lot of the 911 calls are usually for traffic concerns, either accidents that happen on site or any other like traffic related issues. I think that our parking management system will help clean that up pretty meaningfully.
Okay, I have no other questions.
All right. Any other questions, planning and zoning?
Are you looking at expansion?
We're not.
You're not? Even with the additional space?
There is no additional space.
Okay.
Yeah, all three parcels are currently part of the market.
Mhm.
So two of the parcels is where the market sits, and the third parcel is where the cars are parked. The third parcel is the one that's not currently in compliance, but has been used as car parking for the last 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I got a question for the applicant. So this does fall in District 1, which is the district that I represent. And I've been living here majority of all my life. And one thing that I do know is that aside from just the traffic, that some of those EMS or those emergency services calls are for illegal activity that happens within that space, specifically trafficking, illicit drug use and things of that nature. And I know people personally who have had scary instances that have happened in that space.
Okay.
And so just as a planning and zoning board member, I want to hear from you, like, what is going to be your approach to safety and to making sure that this is a upstanding space for people to to do commercial activity and for it not to be a haven for sideways deals and sideways things to be happening.
Yeah, 100%. And most of the activity that you've mentioned, from what I understand, is usually when the property is not operating on Saturdays and Sundays. It's closed Monday through Friday. We plan on installing gates at the property. I think a lot of the activity happens when it's completely closed. Our hope is that by doing that, we'll be able to block it off when it's not being used. Also, on the staff of the flea market, one of the members is a member of the police force, and generally speaking, she keeps it pretty clean.
All right. That's
during the actual operations itself.
That's the biggest part I wanted to address because it is a concern with that area that things that aren't good are happening. So I just want to make you aware of that,
Yeah.
and in hopes that you consider that as you go forth. If this is approved today?
I'm just curious. Most of the concerns you've heard, is that usually when it's operating, or is it more so when it's closed?
This is Saturday. This is where specific instances where children are being led into places, things of that nature. Saturdays and Sundays, it's well known that that's the days that it operates.
Yep.
But it's just like a lot of just illegal activity. It's known to be happening there.
Okay.
And it's just something that has to be addressed. And I challenge you as a new owner to ensure that you're addressing that.
100%. Thanks.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Not hearing it. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
Are there security cameras that are functional on the property?
There are right now, and our plan is also to install like 2 or 3 times as much.
And you said there's one deputy that's there when it's open. Is that sufficient to monitor the activity that's happening there?
They're there on Sundays right now, but given the concerns from Mr. Penniman, I think that it may make sense to actually expand that to Saturday as well.
And so would you be opposed to a condition for the rezoning requiring you to gate the property so that it's closed during the days where it's not operating as the flea market?
In terms of we couldn't use it for any other use during the other days?
No, like gating around it. So if you're not there or the business is not actually operating, people, citizens wouldn't have access to that area. I mean, of course, you'd be able to, if you wanted to have something sell on Monday or Tuesday, you'd be in your power to open it for those days. But when it's not in use, there's actually a security fencing around the property.
We'd be okay with that as a condition.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other questions, Board? Okay, Commissioner Mitchell.
I would just add, if that's going to be the case, based on Commissioner Kenner Jones, that you're okay with that condition to be added to include security. To include some, you said you had cameras, you got security with the sheriff, the gate potentially. And I'm just only saying if you're okay with that, from what we just stated, that staff might want to consider that being a part of this. So when we decide on what direction it goes, that's a part of the motion, I guess.
Sure thing. So we did not propose any conditions, but if
Right.
you would like to add that as a condition, we would respectfully request that the condition be phrased to be something to the effect of shall comply with the fencing requirements for the general commercial zoning district. My concern is if we just leave it at security fencing, it could not aesthetically conform with what we are attempting to do.
Understood.
But I would, we can draft a condition that basically reads the property shall be secured through a fencing that is compatible with the requirements of the Unified Development Code. I see some head shaking, so does that feel like that we're moving in the right direction? Yeah, we certainly understand that, and if you'd like to make that a condition, we can comply with that.
Yes, and since he's agreeing to it as well, as the applicant is agreeing to that as well, to include security and cameras.
Right. There is a camera system, operational out there. So if it is the intent of the board to expand it or have it operate on a more frequent basis, I think, does it operate 7 days a week, 24/7? Yeah. So there is a camera system. Is there something in addition that you?
No. Just making sure that was a part of it. And one other thing. Oh, and the additional sheriff on Saturday, I think it was, or
Saturday.
Sunday already.
So do you usually have a sheriff whenever it's open or no? Just
It's usually on Sundays.
Right.
The sheriff is currently present on Sundays.
Right. But you're busy on Saturdays as well, though.
So I would say that it's about 50% of the same traffic that's
Right,
on Sundays
right.
on Saturdays.
Oh, yes. And I'm only asking, I mean, I'm not trying to, I'm only saying, if you agree to that, then we just want to make sure that this is a part of this particular motion, whichever way it decides to go. So are you okay with that?
That is something I'd probably need to talk to my partners
Partner.
about. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how that works. with
Okay,
the-
that's okay.
Yeah, just one thing to speak to that. I think I probably need to clarify that if the concern is about having some sort of like security personnel there, making it a little bit more neutrally phrased maybe to our benefit. I don't know that I can direct that the Douglas County Sheriff has to approve one of his deputies
Understood.
to be there. So like if the concern is to have a staff security personnel there,
I would even say just enough to say that we are doing some form of security, or we gotta improve on the security of some sort. I'm not, trying to say the sheriff department has to be that part of security. I'm just trying to address my colleague who mentioned some concerns, some E911 calls and all that kind of good stuff. So that's all I'm saying. Now, how that's phrased, how that's laid out, and I'm not trying to add any additional cost or
Yeah.
expense to him or
Yeah.
to this. But I would say, let's let legal kind
yeah,
of.
cameras and fencing I'm very comfortable with. When we start to get into mandating staff.
Understood. Let legal kind of give us.
Yeah, so that's what I was kind of going to address, and I think Allison nailed it. So conditions need to be related to valid exercises of authority. And again, I don't know that this body has that authority to direct that with respect to the sheriff's office. I think he just kind of identified that person as maybe being someone that's associated with, but I think it's, certainly the fencing or some sort of security is okay, but I don't know that we can direct as far as the police.
I understand. I understand. So we'll leave it to this degree. Being a man of his word and making a statement to that caliber that he will work towards something of security that my colleagues and others mentioned,
And also, I would like to comment that I did not know that there was human trafficking or drug dealing happening during the open days. That is a real concern of mine, and I would definitely work with the police department and also get additional security if needed to make sure that it doesn't happen.
And being the great stand-up gentleman that you are, so we'll take that as such. We won't need the condition. We'll keep the other conditions as stated, that you're okay with. But outside of that, then that's fine. Okay, I yield back.
Any other questions?
I yield back, yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Right, thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Planners on the board, you've heard from the applicant and staff. Can I get a recommendation?
This is Brandon Penniman. I make a motion to approve application Z 2025-45 with the conditions as read in by staff and the additional condition with the security cameras and fencing that will be drawn up by legal for a request for rezoning from residential low density to light industrial to CG to bring property into compliance for a flea market located at 11001 Veterans Memorial Highway, Lithia Springs.
Thank you. I have a recommendation for approval. I have a second.
Floyd Curry, second.
I have a recommendation and a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion? I'll take a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we come with a 6-0 approval recommendation.
No.
5-1 recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, but before making my motion, I want to say thank you, for improving upon this particular site. So I commend that effort that you're going to put forth on this particular site, though. So I'd like to make a recommendation to approve item Z 2025-45 as stated by the Planning and Zoning with those conditions and those additional conditions, and staff will put it all together and make it look pretty. And I make that motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
And I'd like to present Z 2025-46.
Yes, sir. So item S 2025-46. It's a. We're going to proceed. Go ahead. Okay. Okay, wait a second. Okay. So item S 2025-46 is a special use permit to allow a haunted house and the construction of facilities for seasonal activity use at 3844 Longview Drive. The lot is 3 acres. This is in Commission District Number 2. So a 24,750 square foot commercial building is sited. There are approximately 66 parking spaces available. The last approved use for this structure was for an air conditioning business in 2017 that was not renewed at the end of 2019. The applicant's proposing to utilize the existing structure for a haunted house approximately 70 to 20 days between September and October. Alterations to the existing structure include facade improvements so as to add to the environment of the use. At least one facade improvement is intended for customer exit into the parking lot. We're taking a look at the relevant code sections. In 1988, there was a request for a rezoning from R6 to C5, now heavy commercial, for a retail shopping center. That is what gives us this CH zoning now. The proposed use is seasonal in nature and is proposed to commence for the 17 to 20 day period for Halloween. The existing parking lot is deficient for the proposed use. A special exception variance would be required to accommodate the parking available, as the parking lot is currently configured. Staff is of the opinion that redesigning the parking lot to serve the proposed use is more appropriate. That would also require Development Review Committee review. The applicant has been operating without occupational tax certification. Code enforcement and the building department have issued stop work orders on any facade improvements that were ongoing. The location of the site as insulated from established residential uses limit the impact of emanations of light, noise, glare, and odor. We've taken a look at the special use criteria. It's currently zoned heavy commercial. Here's a picture of how it's been developed. And here's a site plan. They're proposing modifications that would take away a few parking spaces, so staff is of the opinion that the parking lot should either be redesigned or a special exception variance should follow if the use is approved. It's in the mixed-use corridor future land use map and the Fairburn-Lee Road corridor character area. Staff's recommending approval of the special use permit based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC, and the granting of the special use will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to open up the public hearing. Anyone in favor of the applicant or representative wishing to speak in favor of the applicant, please approach the podium, state your name and address.
Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49, Douglasville. Good evening, everybody, again. Let me introduce Ben Blair and Craig Newton. These are the partners in this project. We're here to seek, as you heard, a special use permit for a very special and somewhat unusual request. Nightmares Gate Haunted House, LLC, has actually been conducting Halloween-related activities for 15 years in Douglasville. It was located within the city limits on Van Zant Drive. Some of you may actually remember that. That was from 2010 through 2017. It later then used the bowling alley, which is across the street, sort of where this is, from 2018 to 2022. They made arrangements to purchase and now own this property. That was 3 years ago. It is your classic haunted house. It's open only for the last 2 weekends of September and all the weekends in October. It is open on the weekends only, 8 p.m. to 12 on Friday and Saturday, and 8 to 11 on Sunday night. It's not open other times during the year, not open to the public on any other occasions. It's confined to those weekends. When it was open, or I should say when it is open, at the former location, and now they have security and somebody from the fire department there all the time to address the types of questions that you may think would come up. It is heavily attended on those weekends. I think they had 10,000 users last year, believe it or not. There have been actually no parking problems for the years that they've been located at Longview. They have parking that is available both on the Longview Drive property and then also across the street at a daycare center. In fact, the daycare center uses some of their parking on regular weekdays. And then there's also parking at the building that's located just to the east. They haven't had a parking problem. One of the staff issues we came up with at the DRC was whether or not we have to actually ask for a variance or redefine the parking. If you approve this tonight, we'll get back with staff and address that. When we filed for the use permit, that's what sent us to the DRC. We have an issue dealing with the DOT. They were requiring a proposed decel lane, sidewalks, curbing, all that sort of thing in the front of the property. We'll deal with the DOT about that at a later time if it's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Ben Blair. I'm one of the owners of Nightmares Gate. I've lived here in Douglasville for 45 years. My kids grew up here. My kids went to the schools. We just, like to entertain and put on a good show for people. Me and my partner started out at Six Flags, running that show and helping build that. And then back in 2010, we just decided, we wanted to go and open up our own. So the other two locations have been in the city. This one's in the county. And so the lines are a little weird as far as city and county in that in that area. So, but that's why we're here tonight. So.
Anyone else? Please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. Craig Newton, 113 Brookwood Drive in Carrollton. I'm a proud Navy vet. One of the things that's most important to me about Nightmares Gate is what we've always been about is community, teamwork, and shared experience. As far as community goes, we're bringing people into this county on the regular who come here and, for instance, when you remember your favorite movie, you have a hard time remembering who you saw that with, right? You go to a quality haunted house and one of the best in the nation. You're going to remember it for the rest of your life. Absolutely. And you're going to remember those people because it's shared experience. The people that work with us to help create this, we train these kids. They grow. In the 15 years that we've been doing this, I have a senior chief. I'm so proud of him. In the United States Navy, we have doctors, lawyers, people that have gone on to not have a voice because they didn't have any parental or family unit, have come to be a part of what we do, and they've grown to be tremendous assets to this community. Now, I do want to address another thing regarding parking. No one goes to haunted house alone at all. No one, even me. You carpool. Kids get dropped out front. Our parking per hour is roughly 48 vehicles in the parking lot per hour. Throughout the cycle of the season, that's just how it works out. Numbers are important. So I hope that settles some of the questions you might have, but we're happy to answer whatever we can.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor?
Good evening. Sherry Yurda. I live at 2883 Beaumar Road. I want you guys to know that I do not like haunted houses. I don't watch horror movies, but I'm a big fan of this business. I first got acquainted with these guys when I worked for the Douglas County Fire Department, and I was assigned to do fire watch there. I had never been to a haunted house. I've still never been a paying customer in a haunted house. I didn't have high expectations. I'm a mom of a theater kid. Creative people are like Waffle House hash browns, scattered, covered, and smothered. I did not expect a lot. The first season I spent with them, on the third or fourth night I was there, these were not consecutive nights, building was packed, full of people, and this was on Van Sant, by the way, in a building that did not have adequate water supply, and they were renting that building. That's why we were there for fire watch. A little bit after one of my walkthroughs, the fire alarm went off. Oh my God, what is it? I want you guys to know within under a minute, that building was evacuated. The actors and the crew streamed out of that building from their nearest exit. They didn't go through the haunt, and they brought out every patron. There was a fog machine that had malfunctioned. The owners and I walked through, we found the machine that had malfunctioned, we turned it off. Everything worked as it should. And I was sold. They do safety. They have safety meetings with their crew. when they do actor training every year, there is safety training included in that. I had no idea until that evening. I encourage you guys to approve this application. It's a vibrant business. I've been retired from the fire department since 2018. They asked me to come and work their box office for them. So I see this every year. I hope you guys will approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Tonight has been interesting. Thank you all for the work that you all do. Haunted house. I drove my kids to Awkward, to a haunted house. They encouraged me to go inside. I never did. They did. I was like, growing up in Ghana, we didn't have this kind of places to go and be scared and things like that. But Joe here has been a very good mentor for me in the community. Speaking and talking about him might seem like I'm bringing him up because a lot of you know that I know him and we kind of go to events together. I'm not here just because I'm supporting what Joe is saying. I'm here because if Douglas County approve this, I'll go to the haunted house myself because I want to show my kids that I can do it. So this is just by the way. Thank you all.
Thank you. How much time do we have left? Thank you.
My name's Scott Martin. I live at 122 Swamp Path in Hiram, Georgia. I'm on an actor at Nightmares Gate. And I was going to stick to the script, but I love ad-libbing. That's just what we do as actors. I kind of stole this document that's here in front of me from a haunted house up in Ohio that does really well every year. They turn a lot of business, a lot of customers. And it's titled Haunted House Attractions and How They Benefit Society. So I'm going to ad-lib again. There's an economic impact for your county. We're not putting heads in beds, but we're bringing people into the county. We're putting gas in gas tanks so they can get back home to wherever they came from. We're putting them in restaurants to eat before and after. There's a community building component of it. I work in healthcare, and that's my real job. I've been with Wellstar Health System for 20 years, and it's amazing to me because the people that I work with, they come in looking for me, and they don't know what I look like anymore. And these are people that I deal with day in and day out, and they do it because it's team building. Big air quotes around that. We need to sell Depends at the door. That's all I'm going to say. But it serves for a hub for that community engagement, and then there's a creative outlet. I work with some amazing people. I volunteer to build with Ben and Corwin, and also with the little lady in the back who's the set designer, who also came from Six Flags. And their talent is amazing. It's just the things that they do. They make something from seemingly nothing, a box of materials or a bucket of materials. So we support law enforcement and healthcare workers and first responders. Anybody that's served in the military, they don't pay to go through. These guys, they get entertained on the house, which I love. This is my second haunt. I've been doing it for about a decade. And the first haunt was pretty toxic. And I tell this story a lot because it's real and it impacted me in a special way. But my first night working with them, and this is about my third season, if y'all approve this, my first night, I sat in the parking lot in my pickup truck and cried. I'm done.
Well, thank you. All right. Cried. Gotcha. Anyone else?
Hey there. I'm Jennifer Blair. I'm at 3910 Willowridge Road. Obviously, I'm the wife of Ben, but I'm also our actor trainer at Nightmares Gate Haunted House. I just want to, the guys kind of touched on it, but just also letting you know about the experience from the kids, or I call them kids, but they're younger adults that come and work for us. To see a child who hasn't had the best life, sometimes we get what I call the misfits, because it's kind of what they are. They don't have a place to go. Some of the theater kids, they get laughed at from the way they look or how they dress and so forth. We bring them in and we give them the experience that they've never had. They get them the power to be able to go and act and entertain somebody, and to know that, it was actually a reward at the end of the night. Watch the kids walk in and go, high five, did you see that lady? She was so scared. It gave them the confidence to go forward. It does. And it really, I had a girl she came in, she kept her head down, she was very shy, and, you know, I just wanted her to scream. I didn't need her to even do a roll, just scream, that's all I want you to do. First night, she was like, ah. Second night, ah. Third night, oh my gosh, I was like, who was that? She left us, she's no longer with us, but she now has a really good job. We gave her that personality that was been behind her for so long. So it's not just about the actor, it's not about getting the customers, it's also rewarding some of the young adults that come through to give them kind of a sense of life to know they belong somewhere and they have a place on this world, because sometimes their parents are not able to do that, they work a lot. The other aspect too, talking about bringing in the community, I do a lot of community events for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and the Police Department. We actually help donate some items to for the police department when they have their fall fundraiser or fall events. So we're very involved in the community. We want people to know that we're here to have fun, have a good time. We have brought in, and just for you guys to know, we had the Russo brothers who made the Marvel movies. They came and they brought about 200 people to Douglasville area, which is huge to me. I think for a community, I've lived here all my life. I coached baseball here for 15 years, boys baseball. My kids graduated from New Manchester High School. We were the first ones there when it opened. And I think it's really good for the community to know that we're here and we want to entertain and we want to have a good time. So we appreciate your vote.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? All right, we're going to close in favor. Now I'm going to open up for anyone who wants to speak in opposition of this application. All right, seeing no movement, I'm going to close the public hearing. Planning and zoning. You've heard the applicant as well as the staff of planning and zoning. I get a vote?
This is Melissa Polk.
Well, questions, I'm sorry, questions.
Okay, I thought you were ready for a vote.
I am. It's getting late.
Yes, I am.
Well, we got any questions you have from staff or from the applicant? No questions? No? No questions? Pass it over to you.
All right, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, any questions at this time? Okay, no questions. I'll yield the floor back to
Oh,
you.
no questions?
Vice Chair Thomas.
All right, well, great. No questions, so planning and zoning board, can I get a vote?
Yes, this is Melissa Polk. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item Z 2025-46, a request for a special use permit to allow haunted house and the construction facilities for activities located at 3844 Longview Drive, Douglasville 30135.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
Motion and second. Any discussion?
I just want to mention one thing. My mother actually works at Douglas County Head Start, which is across the street. So she parks in you guys' parking lot every day. So keep letting them park there. Okay? Thanks.
I just have a comment too. I live about a mile away from Van Sant when you were there, and I do remember those big lights that are going every night. And I appreciate you guys, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Just point of order. I think on the agenda package it shows Z 2025-46. It should be S.
Do I need to make a new motion?
Do you want to redo your motion, please?
Yes, absolutely. This is Melissa Polk. I'd like to make a motion of approval for agenda item S 2025-46 for a request for a special permit to allow a haunted house and the construction of facilities for activities located at 3844 Longview Drive, Douglasville 30135.
I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor, take a vote. Raise your right hand. And come with a 6-0 approval recommendation.
All right, thank you so much. Vice Chair Thomas, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-46 for a special use permit to allow a haunted house.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board?
I
We
look forward to being the screaming scared lady.
All right. Vice Chair Alvarez, you have a comment as well.
My sons love your facility. I tell them, I say, hey, you guys can go. I'll have your hamburger when you get back. But I'm like Mr. Ambassador. I done passed years of age, so I'm good with sitting at home and letting them go do that. But I will let you know, my kids, both of my boys visit your place every year.
All right, thank you. I've never been to a haunted house, but I look forward to seeing you all in September. That's cool. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. With that being said, we have a motion and second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. So, with no opposition, and I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Next agenda
Vice Chair.
item, please.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Please quietly leave. We have more business to attend to. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Next item we have on the agenda is a future land use map amendment, a rezoning, and a special use permit. This is for SAC 3 acquisitions. I'm going to informally refer to this as STAC as we move through this application. So what we are looking at is a change from Workplace Center to Commerce Center, insofar as the future land use map amendment goes. We are looking at a rezoning from heavy commercial and residential agricultural to light industrial, and then we are also looking at a request for a special use permit to allow a data center as well as a facility that exceeds 50,000 square feet with a private utility substation. This is various parcels. It's an aggregation of about 20 different parcels, coming to about 37 acres overall, and this is in District Number 2. So the proposed development is an assemblage. As I said, it's approximately 20 different parcels. Linda Lane is a residential street that includes multiple occupied homes. It is also a public right-of-way with multiple utilities that may be impacted by the project. Implicit in this rezoning request is going to be a request to abandon the right-of-way. However, this cannot be done so long as we have services that need to be provided on this street. So there are some conditions that we have mentioned from the Department of Transportation. If you have any specific questions about the right-of-way abandonment, I'm going to defer that to our DOT, but just want to say very clearly that implicit in this request, they are going to come back and ask you at some point to abandon the right-of-way should this be approved. And so that would not be something that we could move forward with until such a time as we are no longer obligated to provide services in that area. Beyond that, there is one tract that was zoned light industrial. You may recall this in 2021. This came forward and was approved for a warehouse. All approvals have been given for a land disturbance permit for that warehouse project. The land disturbance permit was never paid for and issued, but all approvals were given for the land disturbance permit for that. There was also a tract that was zoned heavy commercial. This was back in 1986, and a portion of that tract has been given approval for a land disturbance permit for a hotel. Similarly, the permit was never issued because it was not paid for, but just want to share that to say as we're considering this, we're looking at 3 different distinct land uses in this area that the applicant is trying to aggregate and rezone to be able to remove all of those land uses in favor of putting a data center on this site. So there was a DRI review that was completed for Phase 1. This was completed in December of 2023. The Phase 1 zoning was approved March 5th at 2024. At no time during the DRI review or the rezoning was there ever any indication that there would be a Phase 2 of the project. The LDP, which is the land disturbance permit, was issued for Phase 1. That was in February 26th of 2024. And then the applicant has already received building permits for Phase 1. That was August 5th of 2025. So then Phase 2 comes about as the applicant has been able to aggregate adjacent properties. That DRI was completed in March 18th, 2025. So the findings of the DRI indicated the project is not aligned with the established suburbs policy of the Atlanta Regional Commission, nor is the project aligned with the regional land use, water resources projection, nor are they aligned with the environmental policies of the Atlanta Regional Commission. There was also a review by Greta at that time. Greta conditions focus on transportation, and so they did make requirements for any improvements for bike, pedestrian, transit, and roadway improvements should the application move forward. And sorry for the font on this one, but again, in summary, the application is proposing 3 data centers on the property. The original application proposed 3 data centers on the property, 2 containing about 146,000 square feet and 1 containing 193,000 square feet. Just want to clarify, that is what came in the application package, but the applicant proposes, the application has been modified to show 2 data center buildings totaling 798,000 square feet. In addition to that, they are proposing a new utility substation to serve the project. So we have examined the relevant code sections, and we've also looked at all of the prior zoning actions on the property. And so as we move into the discussion, I think primary concern that we have not had enough opportunity to flesh out with this application relates to architectural controls and viewshed protection. So steps have been taken to mitigate the visual impact of phase one, and we'll talk a little bit about that later in the presentation. So these included architectural controls, screening, buffering, and fencing. Because this application was on a bit of an abbreviated timeline, staff did not have the opportunity to request line of sight studies that we typically would have requested as a part of the review as we got into the full analysis. So I want to kind of put that up there first and foremost, given the fact that the current phase one sits on the high part of the property, and then the property slopes down as it goes to other land uses. And so I want to make it very clear that we do have concerns about what the viewshed impact is going to be over in this area as a result of these structures. I had already alluded to the abandonment of Linda Lane. We do have DOT here that can speak to some of those concerns and recommendations should you move forward with the project. And then this is also in an area where the Water and Sewer Authority has very specific requirements and provisions of a development agreement that must be adhered to. So all of that was included as a part of the staff report, and we are making reference to all of those requirements herein. Finally, we've spoken many times about the cumulative impact of similar projects, as well as the impact to tax revenues. So at this time, the applicant has not given any indication whether they will pursue incentives on the project, so I don't have that information. There was not a fiscal impact study that was submitted with the rezoning application. There was reference in the DRI review to value at build out, but we had no fiscal impact study submitted as a part of the application. So looking at the future land use map criteria, staff generally finds it to be very neutral in regard to the future land use map changes. Similarly with the rezoning criteria and the special use permit, we certainly think that, as evidenced by the fact that we have land disturbance permits that are ready to be issued for other uses on these properties, that the property is economically viable as currently zoned. Therefore, we are going to defer to the board if they feel that they wanted to move forward at this time with any change in land use. But we feel that all of the existing land use at currently zoned is appropriate and economically viable. So here's the subject property. Again, looking at that blue outline, you can see that it is multiple tracts, including a light industrial, a series of residential tracts, as well as the heavy commercial. It is the blue of the light industrial, the dark blue of the light industrial, where the utility substation will be located. That is where we have a land disturbance permit that has been approved for a warehouse. And then in the pink area, that is where we have a land disturbance permit that has been approved for a hotel. The rest of the parcels there in yellow are largely single-family detached residential structures. Some properties are vacant, but many of them are occupied with single-family detached residential uses. And then the light blue property to the south, that is the existing phase one, as we'll show you on the site plan. Here's the aerial image. And then this is the site plan. So again, you can see many of those areas that we spoke to previously. Kind of at the bottom part of the property, you can see phase one, the two buildings of phase one that are currently under construction right now. And then you can see the outline of the two buildings that they propose for this phase two expansion. So this is the architectural rendering that we worked out as a part of phase one. Specifically, if you're driving down Factory Shoals today, one of the things that you will notice is that the buildings have been designed so that that band of color that is iridescent along the top transition as you drive through. It is also the most visible thing above the grade changes when you're coming down Factory Shoals Road, and will be enhanced by additional fencing, screening, and buffering. So like I said, this is something that we worked very diligently as a part of phase one to make sure that when we brought that to you, we could give you a reasonable expectation of what you would see coming out of the ground. We have not had the ability to do a similar process through phase two. So that is a primary concern as we had identified. There are multiple future land use categories, specifically with the Workplace Center and the Commerce Center. So it is our recommendation that should you choose to move forward with this application, everything come in under the Commerce Center designation, and then this falls within the Data District character area. So again, we are recommending approval of the future land use map request given appropriate conditions on the zoning and special use permit. So if you are inclined to approve the future land use map, we find that the future land use map amendment will not modify the purpose, intent, and spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. Proposed zoning and special use permit are consistent with the future land use category of Commerce Center and the character area designation of Data District. And number three, the granting of the proposed future land use map amendment, rezoning, and special use permit will not adversely impact the public health, safety, and welfare. Similarly, with the rezoning and special use permit, we have similar findings with those, so I will not read them again into the record, but we'll reference them here. But there are a few conditions that we think are important if you choose to pursue the rezoning and the special use permit. So first of all, and you've seen this condition before, the development of this site is for a data center and for no other purpose. Any proposed change in this use shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number two, the development of this site for a data center shall be generally in accordance with the concept development plan included in the planning and zoning file and dated August 26, 2024. Again, this is going to be that revised site plan that I referenced with the 2 buildings instead of the 3 buildings. Approval of this is conditioned to this site plan. Minor revisions may be approved by the Director of Development Services. Should the Director determine that a revision does not qualify as a minor revision, it shall be at the discretion of the Director to return this application to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. So number 3, all stipulations of the GRETA Notice of Decision for DRI 4326 and the Douglas County Department of Transportation impact statements included in the staff report are referred herein and shall be binding as conditions of approval. Number 4, all stipulations of the Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority impact statements included in the staff report are referenced herein and shall be binding as conditions of zoning approval. And then number 5, line of sight studies shall be required to be submitted prior to the application to DRC for a land disturbance permit. Line of sight studies shall depict the viewshed impact of the proposed buildings and structures from Thornton Road, Factory Shoals Road, Bob Arnold Boulevard, and Trey Lane. In the event of the proposed structures significantly impact the viewshed from these roads, the developer shall work with the Director of Development Services to determine appropriate mitigation measures. The determination of significant impact viewshed shall be at the discretion of the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, this application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. On number 6, the project architecture shall substantially conform to the style, color, and materials of the elevation rendering submitted for STAC Phase 1 and included in the staff report. A determination of conformity shall be made at the discretion of the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, this application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number 7, site landscaping shall meet the requirements of the Unified Development Code and be compatible with any approved site landscaping with Phase 1. Upon receipt of the required line of sight studies, additional landscaping may be required by the Director of Development Services to mitigate significant impact to the viewshed. In the event of a conflict in the interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. And this is the same conditions that we have on the special use permit. I know that was a lot, and I know that was quickly, and I appreciate the fact that it is late this evening, but that concludes my report, and if you have any additional questions, I would be more than happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very thorough. I'm now going to open up the public hearing. Anyone in favor of this applicant or the representative wishing to speak in favor, please approach the podium, state your name and address.
Joe Fowler, Douglasville, Georgia. I'm here on behalf of the applicants with a host of gentlemen here and
what
others
about the
who
conditions? Are you approve of the conditions?
Yes, sir, but I'll talk about one, which is number 4, in a moment. And let me just say, Allison in the presentation talked about things that were occurring initially with respect to this project, and it sort of began somewhat wide and has now been brought to a fine point after the DRI, and it's essentially now down to the 7 conditions that you see here, things that had not been done prior tonight, such as a viewshed study and things of that nature, we recognize will need to be done if approved at the DRC level, working with the development staff, and we're perfectly content with doing all that. The request is for 2 data center buildings, just as you saw on the site plan. It's a 37.4 acre tract. They are, as she indicated, companion buildings to the 2 data centers. We agree with the notion that they should architecturally be compatible with one another. That's condition number 6. Let me just indicate that the 7 conditions, which incorporate all the various staff reports now brought down to these 7, are compatible with us, except let me just mention number 4. All stipulations of the, number 3, all stipulations of the GRETA Notice of Decision and the Douglas County Department of Transportation impact statements included in the staff report are referenced herein and shall be binding as conditions of zoning. Let me just note that when you look at condition number 4 on the DOT report, there's something there that would suggest, with respect to Linda Lane, that we might not be able to develop over that site. if this is approved tonight, it will be with our understanding of condition number 3 on the staff's report, that we are required to purchase all the homes on Linda Lane, which we will do. We will demo all the homes on Linda Lane. We will,
We're going to extend your time.
may I also note that we will remove or relocate or abandon all the utilities along Linda Lane, followed by the formal right-of-way abandonment by the commissioners, at which point we can move forward with construction. I don't need to get into the weeds on the interplay between what the DOT said in number 4 and what planning staff is with number 3, but the point is we will be able to build over those houses that are going to be removed from the Linda Lane area after we follow all of those preconditions. I will note that some of the residents on Linda Lane are tenants, and STAC will give the tenants an additional 6 months of occupancy after the acquisition of the property, and is also providing a $5,000 relocation allowance. So in sum, we agree with the 7 conditions that have been admirably prepared by Allison and her staff, with the proviso that on number 4, the interpretation by us is we can build over the Linda Lane properties at such time as they're all removed. We remove the utilities, move all the structures, and the county approves the abandonment of Linda Lane. Thank you for giving me that extra time.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is Zach Hogue, 653 Starlight Drive in Atlanta. I'm with NAI Brandon Goddard, and I'm the commercial realtor that represents the residential property owners along Linda Lane. At the community meeting that STAC hosted last Thursday, one of my clients, Mr. Ron Anderson, who's here tonight along with some of his neighbors, told me that people have been trying to assemble these 17 residential parcels along Linda Lane since the 1980s, and never before had there been more than a few people in the room until last Thursday night. The reason I started working on this project back in October of 2023 was because it made all the sense in the world from a zoning and power standpoint, from my point of view and from my office's point of view. We believe the site had sufficient power for a data center and that the zoning would have a high likelihood of approval. With data center to the south, with the existing STAC project, industrial to the west and east, and commercial to the north. The residential strip in the middle of all that have been left out of development of the area because of the difficulty of bringing together so many different sellers at the same moment in time. In many ways, this strip of residential properties has been forgotten, and this project represents a historic moment in time in which this land can be developed into its highest and best use, creating generational wealth for each residential property owner and over $20 million in tax revenue for the citizens of Douglas County. Thanks to the foresight of the Cantrells and the flexibility and generosity of the STAC team, the renters that live on Linda Lane, as Joe kind of already covered that part, so I'll skip that. But the renters will have 6 months post-closing to find a new home, and they'll enjoy a rare, no-strings-attached relocation stipend for use at their own discretion. This project will be a significant win for all stakeholders, the citizens of Douglas County, the residents of Linda Lane, and the millions of people who will benefit from the new data center that allows for the progression and advancement of technology. On behalf of my clients, the residential property owners of Linda Lane, we ask for the unanimous approval of this zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor?
All right. Thank you, Allison, for the amazing report. I was sitting over there diving through all the report, everything that you're talking about. And by the way, Ambassador Isaac Esau, 5390 Yeager Road. Right. So data centers are very important. And I travel all over the country going to different mastermind events and things like that. And I see that they're coming up all over because of AI. Douglas County have an opportunity to have these data centers around us so that we can help our community take advantage of the new technology that's coming around. I was in San Francisco the other day, and I was looking at a self-drive car for the first time, and I was like, nobody's in there. Where's this car going? But it was all based on, having access to data that could feed the transportation system. So I'm not here to oppose this. I'm here to encourage you all that data centers are coming all over the country. Most warehouses are being converted into that, and it's because of our new friend AI. And I love AI. I'm using one as well every day. Thank you.
Thank you. How much time we have left? Anyone in favor? State your name and address, please.
I'm Jonathan Cantrell, 300 Endeavor Drive, Clarksville, Georgia. But I grew up on Linda Lane from the time I was 1 year old till I went off to college. My daddy still lives there, 60-something years. And so we're here, I'm here just to say we're in favor of this. He's also the one that has all the rental houses. And this company did a tremendous job. It's amazing to me, you give somebody 6 months after you close. And then they throw in $5,000. So they're trying to do the right thing. My other problem is, they've talked about the land around it. I won't go too far, but one end of the road is Thornton Road. Two other sides is the hotels. The other side is all the construction, the warehouses, the buildings, the data warehouse. All you got is one little lane. And the traffic is horrendous. And so I worry all the time about my father. My mom just passed in March, but I worry about my father getting in and out. When are we going to get you out of here? No, I'm saying, okay, well, this is the opportunity. If y'all pass this, it gives me a much better feeling. I can get him into a less traffic zone in a nicer place. On the other side, I've been in technology my whole career, and data warehousing, I do computers, I do that. That is it. All you know are your phones. So that is huge. Everything's about that as we go forward. So I just want to say we're here to support it. And if my dad could walk up here, he probably will tell you too. But I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Ronald Anderson. I live on 861 Linda Lane as well. I grew up on the road and live there now. And everyone on the street is ready to move on. These people have made us all a fine deal, and we would like for y'all to pass it. The congestion, the traffic.
Just one moment, please. We've had this brought up a few times, and so I think this is a good opportunity for legal to come in and make the statement. And of course, I know that the commissioners know where I'm going with this. The county cannot enforce private agreements with respect to the applicant and to the residents, and it would be inappropriate for consideration from the Board of Commissioners. And they know that, and this is more for the public's benefit than theirs. But I just want to make reference to that for purposes of the record, because I know that this is a public hearing, and of course we want the public to have that opportunity to address their position in favor of. But that would be the guidance that I would have for that. Thank you.
But the traffic is horrible. There's no red light on either end of Bob Arnold. You can't get in or out. You can only travel at certain parts of the day. And you hear traffic all day. So where the residents that live there are for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of this application? Which time we got? 5 more. All right, I don't see anyone else moving. I'm gonna close for public hearing for in favor. I'd like to open up for opposition. Anyone here that wants to speak in opposition of the application? Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. All right, see no one moving. I'm gonna close the public hearing. Planning and zoning, you have any questions for staff or for the applicant? I have a question for staff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your presentation was very intense, very thorough. My concern is this last ditch, I don't say ditch, this last efforts that they changed as far as the 15 days or so of actually, for the hearing today. What does, in your opinion, what would that impact, or how could that impact our decision? In other words, some departments probably didn't get a chance to fully evaluate this new rendering, this new adjustment. I understand it was funneled down. However, there's still some changes from when they went through first, and all the departments got an opportunity to look at it. What impact, in your opinion, that these last changes is going to have on this project?
So I'm going to address one of the concerns you have is about the timeline in which the advertising was done. So I can say that the posting and the legal advertising that is required under the zoning procedures law was all met within the 15 to 45 day time period. Additionally, the notice was sent to adjacent property owners. So that is another requirement of our code. That's not a requirement of state law, but that is a requirement of our code. And so that was met. This property did not go for a community information meeting, but that is not a requirement of the code. That is optional for it to go for a community information meeting. So I do believe that we have met all of the legal requirements in terms of advertising and notice under our code as well as the zoning procedures law. The applicant had the option of going in June. They chose to go in May. And so we did respect their wish because we were able to meet the advertising requirements. They would have to speak to why they decided to move forward with May as opposed to waiting till June, which it was indicated to us it was their intent to wait until June. But we received word from the applicant's representative that they had changed their mind and they decided to go in May. I received no impact statements from the reviewing departments that suggested they did not have adequate time to review. So if that is a concern, you would need to defer this application to another meeting, and I could reach back out to the reviewing departments and see if that's something that they felt that they were not given adequate time to review. But we did receive impact statements from reviewing departments where we felt that there would be comments. So that includes engineering, DOT, Water and Sewer Authority, the Sheriff's Department. Did submit. We did not receive an impact statement from the fire department, so that is one thing that I do not have as a part of the staff report, but otherwise I did not receive any direct feedback from the reviewing departments that they did not have adequate time to review. Does that answer the question that you were asking?
It does. Now, let's answer just another question in this way. What type of feedback mechanism, in other words, DRC, for example, going to catch some of these areas that wasn't necessarily looked at thoroughly. In other words, you mentioned the fire marshal, for example. So when will that be caught? When we'll get some impact from the department says, no, we can't do it because I can't get around this thing. I can't get around the back of it or what have you. So is that a DRC thing?
That is, yes.
Okay. So really no real impact to the zoning request. I guess what I'm trying to ask is anything that is not necessarily thoroughly looked at that could impact our decision as far as the zoning part of the request.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most honest answer I can make to you is that if that is a concern, we would need to defer this to another date and allow me to go to the other reviewing departments to see if there's anything above and beyond what was already submitted in the impact statement. I don't want to speak confidently on behalf of the other departments because, like I said, this was, submitted on a timeline that we did not otherwise anticipate. However, in saying that, we have seen the project through DRC. It has gone through DRI review, which multiple county departments are allowed to participate in the DRI review. So again, we do have a general familiarity with the request, but I don't want to in any way represent on behalf of myself or the county that there are not unintended consequences that were missed as a result of the abbreviated review timeline. So if that is a principal concern of the board, then my recommendation is going to be to defer it and to allow it to go back out through the community information meeting process and to go back out through the impact statement process to give more adequate time for all the departments to submit comments.
Okay. One other question. Now, it was phase one has already started, correct? And how far along was phase one? 'Cause I know I saw your timeline. I think one date showed August of 2025.
Apologies.
I'm sure I meant to say 2024, but nevertheless, so it was started back, I think, April? Some of
How
the
far along
permits.
is it?
Yeah.
So let me, are you referring to, apologies. And I have no
Yeah,
doubt
that
that I
one,
have.
that one there. Okay.
Typos in there. So phase one, the DRI was completed in December of 2023. Project was approved for zoning March of 2024. For phase one, LDP was issued February of 2024. And again, that is a typo. Building permits were issued August 5th, 2024. So the land disturbance permit, I can defer to the county engineer if you have specific questions about the timelines for the land disturbance permits. In terms of the building permit, if you go out there now, you do see substantial portions of the shell completed, but it's still very much an active construction site.
So in essence, this request is just to kind of, in addition to what they've already been approved for, we just want to add more, the other parcels to this whole entire development.
Right, so at no time during phase one was there any discussion of a phase two, you know, for this project.
So phase two coming up now, I'm saying.
Phase two has come about, as I said, we had land disturbance permits that were reviewed and approved for two totally different uses on properties that are subject to this concern, or subject to this application. So at no time during phase one was there any discussion of a phase two. Once a phase two was presented to us, we just continued to move it forward through the process like we would with any normal application.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Any other questions with staff?
Just for clarity's sake, can you just give us the layman's terms on why phase two was added? It's just they needed more space to be able to do more work?
I would have to defer that to the applicant. I cannot
Okay.
speak to why they added
Can
a
I,
phase
can I
two.
get Joe? Joe, I need you to put it in regular people, non-attorney terms of why we're doing a phase two.
Yeah, the property became available. It's, a portion of it is currently zoned as, you know, heavy commercial, and there's a provision in the UDC that says you can have a data center in heavy commercial. But for unity of zoning, so that it would match, we asked for the light industrial. But we had to negotiate the land to acquire the Linda Lane property, and it's 18 parcels, and it was not easy to get that done. When all of that finally came into fruition, we were able to file the zoning application in November. Part of what brought us here today was the late completion of the DRI. March the 18th, the afternoon before the county adopted the moratorium, that's when we got DRI approval. So let me just respectfully say, this whole concept of suddenly there being things left undone because we were hurrying through to get to a closing, that's not at all accurate. The DRI rather, is a cooperative undertaking by both the county and the applicant. So we were there with the county agencies, with the county departments, in compiling what you now see before you as recommendations. This is no surprise to anybody about what has been proposed. It just took finally getting DRI approval so that we could be clear on what our closing responsibilities were going to be. We were granted the waiver from the moratorium just last month, and because of that, we were able to proceed forward with the application tonight because we have contractual responsibilities. That is, certain earnest money has gone hard because of how long it took to get the DRI completed. I'm not aware of any issues, and maybe it's because I'm just not talked to Allison enough about this, but I'm not aware of any issues that are hanging out there that are not going to be solved by these 7 conditions that you've got before you. We understand this is, from approval forward, this is a significant undertaking on our part. And we are prepared to do precisely what the staff has recommended approval. And I don't think Allison and her staff would have recommended approval if she's not confident that we are ready to go forward. We have a lot to do post-zoning, as typified by what you see here. We think her areas of concern will be accomplished by what you see in these conditions.
Still sound a little bit like a lawyer, but I think I'm
I didn't
pretty
mean
clear.
to.
It's okay.
It's late.
It's great.
The later it gets, first it was a cat house, then it was a haunted house, and now it's
A data house.
10:15 on a data center.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, planning and zoning? All right, no other questions, pass it over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, we have any questions?
I just
Commissioner
have
Kenner Jones.
one question. In terms of tax incentives, you all are not seeking incentives for this portion of the project, correct? Okay.
Thank you for the question. Correct. We are not seeking incentives for this project. Kevin Hughes, I'm the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs for Stack Infrastructure.
Thank you.
And we are not seeking incentives for this project.
Your address, please.
Oh, sorry. 811 Marie Street, Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Thanks.
And then I do have a question for Allison. I heard Attorney Fowler's interpretation of the condition 3, and so I just want to be clear, what is staff's interpretation of condition 3?
So I would defer that, let me get back to that. I would defer that to DOT to speak to that. In our full staff report, sorry, here we go. Yeah, in our full staff report, we included all of the language from the DC DOT. So I believe that there has been some back and forth between DOT and the applicant, and I would defer to DOT to clarify any of their concerns. The Greta recommendations are binding. That's state law, you know. But I think if the concern is about DC DOT, I will defer to Bruce Mercer on that one.
I really just want to know if your interpretation is consistent with what Attorney Fowler expressed, or is there something else that DOT is trying to ensure that we enforce?
The comments that we provided as recommendations in our report are what the DOT department has decided is the best move going forward for the county and our partner, the utility companies. So it's a multi-layer process is what we feel. It's a little bit unusual. We're not in here every week trying to abandon right away for a different use. Because of that, there's some phasing. If there's a decision made tonight to move forward, that's step one. Then there's some additional layers that we have to get down to before we get into the actual abandonment. And it's very clear the way we documented how we felt was best to get there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other comments, Board? Okay, with that being said, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you.
Right.
Planning and
Mr.
zoning,
Chair.
you've heard the presentation, discussion concerning this matter. Do I have a motion from the board?
We taking up the land use first? Or are we doing all of them?
Yeah,
at once?
we're gonna do one at a time. It's for M 2025-02.
All right, this is Brandon Penman. I'll make a motion to approve M 2025-02, a request for future land use map amendment from Workplace Center to Commerce Center for a data center located at Factory Shoals and Leland Lane, 3122. With the conditions as read in by staff. Oh, never mind. With the findings.
All right, I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor for approval, please raise your right hand. Thank you. I have a 5-0 approval.
5-0-6.
6-0 approval.
Okay, I know it's a little late. Okay. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve agenda item M 2025-02 with the findings and conditions as read in by staff.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, thank you. Planning and zoning board. Do we have a motion for Z 2025-47?
Board Curry, I make a motion for, to approve Z
2025-47 with findings and conditions written in by staff.
Thank you. I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor for approval, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Madam Chair, we have a 6-0 approval.
All right, 6-0. Okay. With that being said, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item Z 2025-47 with the findings and conditions as read in by staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you, Vice
Thank you,
Chair
Madam Chair.
Thomas.
Planning and Zoning Board, do we have a motion for S 2025-48?
Mr. Brandon Penman, make a motion to approve application S 2025-48, special use permit to allow data center located at Factory Shoals in Linda Lane, 3012-2. And with the conditions and findings as read in by staff.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Ford Curry. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Have any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor for approval, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a 6-0 approval recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Our Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-48 with the findings and conditions as read in by staff.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and 2 seconds. Board of Commissioners, any discussion? Okay, with that being said, all in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Thomas.
We're going to now reopen S 2025 dash. Okay, let's get some verbiage right.
May have permission to go back to Commissioner Kenner Jones's question, and then from there, I'll outline the procedure. If the board is willing, I do recognize that I am the person standing between everyone in their beds, but I know that there was a question posed by Commissioner Kenner Jones, and so I appreciate the board giving me that time to research it. So with respect to, if I recall correctly, the question was whether or not that the board could reconsider a previous vote on an agenda item that came before both the Board of Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Board. And so, of course, Robert's Rules of Procedure does allow for a motion to reconsider. I can outline those steps if we get to that.
Excuse me.
I'll pause.
Excuse me, will you please take your conversation outside? Thank you. All right, thank you.
And so basically, the motion to reconsider occurs where the prevailing party, the motion has to be made by one of the individuals that were part of the prevailing party, indicating that their position has changed. What I wanted a little extra time to craft and consider is, in the context of zoning, we endeavor to ensure that decisions are not arbitrary and capricious. And so, and sorry, Brandon, I know that those are lawyer words, and so I think the best way to do that is, if the board does go in that route, that what we want to endeavor to do is make sure that the conversation makes clear upon the record any evidence or findings in support of that change, such that, any concerns with respect to that are satisfied on the record. So I'll say that the procedure that I would recommend is as follows, and we'll see how it goes. So I think the first step would be a motion to suspend the rules. If that passes successfully, then will be a motion to reopen the discussion on the item, the agenda item. And then, of course, depending on where the discussion goes, of course, if there is a member of the prevailing party that wishes to move to reconsider, then the boards can do that. So 3 steps, and I'll stand close by the mic both to be a resource to walk us through that if we get hung up on procedure. And so the first step, I guess, would be a motion to suspend the rules. And so Planning and Zoning Board, we'll start with you.
Because we already voted, but okay.
Everyone voted.
Okay, so we're gonna start
So
over
the steps
the whole
to
part, okay.
reconsidering the vote. So when we get to the motion to reconsider, and I don't quite recall what the vote was, but just again, remember when we get to that third step, it needs to be made by a party who was on the prevailing side, which I believe the decision was denial. So, so step 1, is there a motion to suspend the rules? Would be the first step.
Okay.
So I have a point of order. So I don't think that planning and zoning is asking for the reconsideration because approval would have been the prevailing party from that board. But we denied it. So do they need to suspend and then we suspend, or do we need to suspend and then?
So I think it should go the natural progression that we follow in the meetings, with the understanding, of course, that the binding decision is always on the Board of Commissioners, but in reconsideration of the motion, of course, the order is crafted the way it is so that they make a recommendation to the board. Of course, it's the board's election whether or not to adopt or not adopt the recommendation, and just for consistency purposes. I know it makes it really confusing and a little longer, which is maybe a hazard of having the joint meetings, but I do think the joint meetings still operate at maximum efficiency. If we would start that would be my recommendation.
All right, thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, I'd like to get a motion to suspend the rules.
Mr. Brandon Penniman, make a motion to rescind the rules. Suspend. My bad. Suspend them just for a little bit. I make a motion to suspend the rules.
I have a motion to suspend the rules. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. Thank you. I have a 5-0, 6-0 decision to suspend the rules.
You've been 5-0 all night. Okay, all right, no problem. All right, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor in the discussion board. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of suspending the rules, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Okay, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
I'd like to reopen S 2025-33. Is that a motion or just?
Yes, it's a motion.
I'd like to get a motion to reopen S 2025-33.
Mr. Brandon Penniman, make a motion to reopen S 2025-33.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Anyone in favor, please raise your right hand. I have a 6-0 decision to reopen.
To reopen, right?
2025-33.
Yes, okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion to reopen S 2025-33?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to reopen discussion on agenda item S 2025-33.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. All right.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Board. I'd like to get a motion on S 2025-33.
Mr. Brandon Penman, I make a motion to approve application S 2025-33, a request for special use permit to allow a personal care home located at 3339 Millwright Street, Douglasville, 30135.
Okay, if
Thank
I
you.
may interject. So the motion that we have to make is a motion to reconsider, and it needs to be
Not
made.
reopen or reconsider. Okay.
Motion to be reconsider because you have to provide the evidentiary.
Before we go to the vote.
So it's 4 steps.
Planning and Zoning, like for you to make a motion to reconsider S 2025-33.
Mr. Brandon Penman, I make a motion to reconsider application S 2025-33.
Thank you. I have a motion to reconsider. Do I have a second?
Or Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? No discussion?
Can I just clarify with all the new motioning going on, that this is not the voting portion. This is us just saying that we about to vote again. Thank you.
So I'd like to take a vote on reconsidering S 2025-33. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, thank you. A motion to approve or reconsider, 6-0. Recommendation.
Oh, okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to reconsider S 2025-33?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to reconsider agenda item S 2025-33.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. I yield back the floor to you, Vice Chair.
No, we don't need to open it for public record at this point in time. There was a motion to reconsider the vote, so now this would be the opportunity to do so. Just also want to just reiterate that there does need to be some sort of statement on the record with respect to the evidence on that. So that can be done during discussion or a brief comment.
Yeah.
No, it would be from the prevailing party, so. Right, because they're doing the recommendation. My bet is I can guess who will make the record as respect to the evidence.
Planning and Zoning, I'd like to get a motion on S 2025-33 for a special use permit.
This is Brandon U. Penniman. I make a motion to approve application S 2025-33, a request for special use permit to allow a personal care home located at 3339 Millwright Street, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion.
With the conditions and findings as read in by staff.
Can you restate, please?
I'll restate my motion. 4th step. I make a motion to approve application S 2025-33, a request for special use permit to allow a personal care home located at 3339 Millwright Street, Douglasville, Georgia, 30134, with the findings and conditions as read in by staff.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion? All in favor for approval, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Madam Chair, I'll deal with a 5-1 recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to have a revote on this. I do think that the decision, or at least me weighing in part on side of the prevailing party, did arbitrarily consider the length of time that the proposed business owner had purchased the property. I don't think that that is an appropriate consideration for this particular type of zoning, as it went beyond the code requirements in terms of, is this going to be an owner-occupied residence? Is this a lawful purpose? All of the conditions and findings that staff read in. I think some of that was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the number of applications that we have received, but there's a more appropriate way to address those issues if the will of the board is not to see an abundance of personal care homes. We can address that through moratoriums, providing staff with the opportunity to look into where the most appropriate usages for those things may or may not be within the county. But because we had not done that, the applicant wasn't on notice that that would have been a consideration. It wasn't discussed or expressed during the public hearing on that matter. And so for those reasons, I would like the opportunity to change my vote at this time.
Okay.
Can I make the motion now, or? Yes.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-33 with the findings and conditions as read in by staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We got all opposed? We have a 4-1 vote, and the motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other business in front of the board. I adjourn the Planning and Zoning Board. Turn it over to the BOC.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to adjourn, and this meeting is adjourned.